Test 1 2 3. Are we live? Let me double check here. In the YouTube chat, it's Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, 266th day of the year, and we've got ourselves an enhanced risk of severe weather. How long's it been since we've had a stream? It's been a while, and today's the real deal. We've got a 10% hatched risk of severe weather today, or 10% hatched risk of tornadoes, maybe a couple strong tornadoes out there in Arkansas and Oklahoma tonight. You can see we've got a live view here of Corey Gherkin, currently in Westville. That's in Adair County, Oklahoma. He had an incredible drone shot not too long ago of this storm that's coming together over here, and hopefully, we'll get that back. But you can see that we have a very strong storm coming through the areas east of Tahlequah in Oklahoma right now. These storms popped up around Tulsa and have moved east, and now they're about to cross the border here between Oklahoma and Arkansas into the Fayetteville area. So I know we got a lot of people that usually watch around Fayetteville. So if you know anybody out there that maybe it's been a while since they've gotten a YouTube notification, but they would want to tune in, maybe send them a link to our stream here, and we'll get everybody in here, and hopefully we'll get through this one unscathed. Okay, we're not thinking that this is going to be like a huge outbreak or anything like that, but we are concerned about some tornadoes and some large hail and some damaging winds, especially in the places that we were just talking about with the enhanced risk. So let me show you that on a map real quick before we get into the weeds here. How do I do that? Like this. There we go. So here is our risk for today. Actually, I think that might have expanded a little bit. Here's our risk for today. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather in the orange. That's a 2 out of 5. This is going to include Tahlequah. It's going to include Fort Smith. Fort Smith, you're like right smack dab in the middle of this. This includes Fayetteville, not quite up to Bentonville, but it does go over to Russellville, not quite to Little Rock. But this is going to be the area that we're watching the closest tonight. It's a small, very focused area, but I do think we're going to see strong storms as far south as just north of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. There's a severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued for there, and this stuff is going to linger all the way over to Little Rock and over towards Jonesboro as well. But the vast majority of the intense stuff, I guess you could say, is going to be happening within the next few hours, and it's going to be happening in that orange area. Now, the orange area is driven by a wind outlook. So we got a 30% non-hatched wind outlook here for severe damaging winds anywhere in the red. That's going to be one of the main threats that we have tonight. But one of the main reasons why we're live right now is the potential for strong tornadoes. We've got a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes for Tahlequah, Fort Smith, and Fayetteville tonight. That anywhere in the yellow, we have a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point. And then the hatched indicator there means that at least a couple of those we're expecting could be strong. All right. So far, the storms haven't been rotating that much. We haven't had a tornado warning yet today, but we'll see if that changes over the next few hours. But the one thing that we do have, though, is some large hail and certainly some damaging winds. And you can see the storms are looking pretty gnarly here from Brandon, Montgomery's point of view out there. Also in Adair County in Oklahoma. Storm Runner Media is a little bit farther to the east in Arkansas. And we're going to watch these storms just kind of explode from these points of view over the next little bit. We've also got a camera over here from Hazcams showing us that storm as it comes into the Siloam Springs area in Arkansas. How are we doing, chat? Do we have a lot of people watching from Arkansas right now? Let me know where you're watching from in chat. Does chat even work? Current weather intensity score is 67.7. We expect that to rise over the next little bit. Okay, we got a bunch of people from Arkansas. Yeah, I was looking earlier at some of our stats for the channel. Believe it or not, well, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised by this, but the number one city for Ryan Hall y'all subscribers is Clarksville, Tennessee. All right, that's where most You know, if there was one city that represents a Ryan Hall y'all subscriber, it's Clarksville, Tennessee. But like second or third place is actually Jonesboro, Arkansas. And then there was a couple other Arkansas towns on there as well. So we're here for you. Even the tiniest 10% hatched risk, we're going live over here, and we're going to continue to cover these storms as they get stronger. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, pretty big one here. It includes a 250,000 people in Benton County, Arkansas, Washington County, Arkansas, and Adair County in Arkansas. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Fayetteville, Springdale, and Prairie Grove. We're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds, $half size hail, and a tornado possible tag. They do have a tornado possible tag on this, as there's a little bit of rotation over here on the western side of that. But this is really just a nasty cluster of storms right now with several pockets of very heavy rain and probably some hail. So that's what we're looking at right now out here in the Fayetteville area. We've got places like Westville, Watts, Lincoln, West Fork, Greenland, Goshen, Elkins, Johnson, Springdale. All these places are in the path here, and we've got a couple of people that are kind of like right smack dab in the middle of it. You can see what it looks like inside of that storm from Andrew Collins's view over there closer to Prairie Grove. There's 3 distinct pockets of heavier precipitation and hail that I'm seeing. One of them's just to the south and west of Fayetteville. One of them's just to the south and west of Prairie Grove. That's the one that Andrew's in right now. What's interesting is if I zoom into my map here, there's a pocket of like there's no precipitation here between Westville and Summers. That's where Corey Gherkin and Brandon Montgomery are. So they've got the perfect view to like kind of see inside of this. So everywhere around them, it's raining very heavily, and we've got tons of small hail falling, but right here in this little pocket where they are, there's nothing. Let me see if I can get a little bit of audio here. Yeah, so that warning that just came out really popped the weather intensity score big time. So we're over 100 now. So once again, Fayetteville, you guys are probably going to have at least an hour of nonstop stormage here, okay? And the storm's going to get stronger as it kind of compiles and continues to move over the area. So this is going to be a severe weather threat, and it's also probably at some point tonight going to be a flash flood threat. We already have a flash flood warning in effect for Fayetteville, but that's probably going to get worse, I would say, the flooding aspect. Over 100. Yep, that's right. Mostly driven by this warning right here with 249,000 people in it. Fayetteville, Prairie Grove, and West Fork all included. Have we gotten any reports yet? Significant ones anyways?
I think we're going to have to shoot south here. I am agreeing.
Not really. Not really. Here's our top wind reports so far today. Official. All of these are from Florida and 40-mile-per-hour winds. I'm sure that'll change as this storm right here goes through this more populated area. Lots of flash flood reports have been coming in from Missouri and Arkansas today. But right now, our number one top priority warning is going to be that severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible and considerable damage threat tags. That's going to go on for the next 40 minutes for Benton, Washington counties in Arkansas and Adair County in Oklahoma. Hello, Jelly Bean. Is Clarksville good today? Yeah, Clarksville, Tennessee is good today, but there's a town called Clarksville in Arkansas as well. There's a Clarksville in just about every state. Clarksville, Arkansas, we might be talking about y'all a little bit today. But right now, our focus is kind of just locked in here on the Fayetteville area. How's Bowling Green, Kentucky looking? Good. There's going to be storms tomorrow. I don't know how strong they will be, but there are going to be some storms tomorrow in Kentucky and Tennessee and places like that. We got a big marginal risk. Memphis. Yeah. So once again, I'll show you the map. This is what we're going by. Okay. This is where we're going to be focusing today. Everywhere in the yellow and orange mostly. Now, there could be some isolated pockets of severe weather all the way back down into Texas, way back there towards Odessa and Lubbock, the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. There could be a couple of storms in West Tennessee or even into Middle Tennessee, but the vast majority of the severe weather that we are going live for, not your typical stuff, is going to be over here in eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. Specifically right around Fort Smith. Yeah, I'll show you the outlook for tomorrow. This is, how do I do that again? There we go. Yeah, big marginal risk from Texas all the way up into Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a little slight risk pop out here in the Ohio Valley from southern Ohio down through central Kentucky into middle Tennessee. But I don't think tomorrow has as much of a ceiling, I guess, as today. Clarksville, Tennessee. Yeah, I need to like print out or like take a screenshot of the top cities. It's Clarksville, Tennessee, Jonesboro, Arkansas, Bowling Green, Kentucky is one of them. It's this area right in here. It's like, for whatever reason, this area right in here is y'all country as far as like where people typically watch from. And I think it's because if you average out all of the areas that we've covered, this is probably a hot spot. And not because this is our favorite, like a lot of people, in other places will say that like we only cover this area because, I live close to here and like we favor that area. But the truth of the matter, like this is just where most weather happens. We've covered ice storms here. We've covered snowstorms here. We've covered tornado outbreaks here. Some places there's just not as much weather, so we don't end up talking about them as much. But right in that circle, that's where we end up talking about the most. Do you own WeatherWise? No, I do not. No, I'm just like I promote them, an influencer, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, but I don't own it. No. Hello, Joan. Yeah, we're so far we haven't had any tornado warnings. We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Actually, not even really a bunch. Like we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Let's go through all of them again for those of you who may just now be tuning in. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for Benton and Washington counties in Arkansas. That's going to go on for the next 37 minutes. This also includes a little bit of Adair County in Oklahoma. I'm not seeing a very specific area of concern as far as the rotation goes. There's a tornado possible tag on here, but I don't see an imminent tornadic feature on this storm. It's a big blob right now. That might change as it moves a little bit farther to the east, but for the most part, we're worried about that hail, which could be up to 1.5 inches in diameter and 70 mile per hour winds. And that's going to move over towards Huntsville, Arkansas a little bit later, and Elkins and places like that. But that's our pretty much our number one thing that we're watching here. We've got about 6 minutes left on the back part of that warning. There is another severe thunderstorm warning, though, down here in more southern portions of Oklahoma. This is going right into Ardmore. So there's about 40,000 people in the path of this one. We've got half-dollar size hail and 60 mile per hour winds associated with that one. So if you live in Ardmore, get ready for that. I mean, that's about it. Like, these are our two storms that we're watching right now. So yeah, that's what's going on. We do have something like 15 or 20 storm chasers out here on this one storm. And that's one of the reasons why the weather intensity score is so high. They're all inside of this polygon right here with 250,000 people in it. So, how's it going? If you live in Fayetteville, if you live in West Fork, how is the storm going? If you can do so safely, feel free to send us a picture. If you want to send in a report or a video, or after the storm's over, if you want to share damage reports, you can send a picture or a video to me on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Okay. So if you go to ryanhallyall.com/submit, it's very easy. You can just upload it there, and then we'll be able to show it. But you can also, if you have Twitter or you have X, you can just tag me on there, and YALLBot's automatically going to message you and be like, hey, are you sure we can share this? Are you sure you took this? And all you got to do is respond to it, and then boom, it'll end up right in front of me here so I can share it on the air as well. So YALLBot is becoming a very handy assistant. So if you're just now tuning in, we do have a weather intensity score of 120. The reason it's so high is because we've got a high impact, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for a high population area in northwest Arkansas, specifically right there around Fayetteville. This is what it looks like out there, up close and personal from Andrew Collins' point of view. Brandon Montgomery's getting in there as well. So we're going to continue to watch this storm as it creeps off to the east. There's a chance that it enters a more favorable environment for tornadoes. There's a chance that some of these storms that are trying to pop up behind this could rotate a little bit more. So we've got I would say a 3-hour window here where we're really going to be watching everything that pops up for the potential for tornadic activity. But right now, nothing tornadic going on. It's just a severe thunderstorm. You know what I mean? Definitely lots of flooding in Fayetteville. Yeah, I'd say so. And on the southern side, it's going to get a lot worse because this will easily drop another 2 inches of rain before it's over, if not more than that. Flooding east of Fayetteville too. Yeah, it'll continue. Like this is going to be a problem for most of northern Arkansas. So you had this big line of storms go through earlier. That's moving into Mountain View right now. And then right behind that, you've got this other round, and there's another round likely behind that. And it's what we call training thunderstorms. Let's see here. Rogers, yeah, you guys are in that same deal. A little bit farther to the north, so Bentonville and Rogers, you guys haven't had as much rain, but there's probably more to come. The vast majority of it is staying to your south, though. I don't know if these are hailstones or just big raindrops that we're seeing down here in Washington County, Arkansas. But this is down there on Interstate 49 north of Blackburn near Pitkin Corner. You can see the onset of our severe thunderstorm moving in right now. This is the considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 1.5-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Let's go back over to Storm Runner Media.
Right.
Can you guys hear that when I turn that on?
Right.
And is it loud? Here's a photo from Jared. This is coming in from Highfill in Benton County, Arkansas. You can see stuff is starting to look a little gnarly out there. It's not too bad. Okay. I'll have to remember to turn it down when I go away from it. But yeah, this is a picture from Jared. Thanks for sending that in over there on ryanhallyall.com/submit. It helps if you're going to send in a photo, like obviously it's all automated. So there's moderation stuff in place. It helps if you just take it right on your phone and then immediately send it. If you're having problems, like if it's not uploading, a lot of times just taking it right there and then immediately uploading it is going to solve that problem. It is a gully washer out there in Lincoln, Arkansas. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, this is it. This is what we're covering right here. This big storm that's formed over Fayetteville, Arkansas, and it's slowly but surely moving off to the south and east. We do have a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes today. Okay, it's a couple might be strong. So that's what we're going to be talking about. We just got a new mesoscale discussion for areas down here near Dallas. So we're actually watching these storms just west of the DFW metro for the potential for some severe activity over the next couple of hours. There's a 40% chance that at some point over the next hour and a half, we'll get a severe thunderstorm watch for the Fort Worth and Dallas metro. And it's all because of these storms that are popping up here between Graham, Mineral Wells, and Jacksboro. These storms won't be as strong or as they upgraded it to a 10%. So yeah, the video is a little bit out of date there. I used to like not even do videos on days where I thought I might stream, but then there were so many days where I ended up not streaming and I wish I would have done a video. So now I just don't even care. We're just always going to do a video. But sometimes, the stuff becomes outdated, even in the small couple hour long window that it takes to like make the video, get it edited and upload it. So the videos are better for like long range stuff. Oh my gosh, look at this. Flooding in Rogers, Arkansas. This is coming in from Max. Max, thanks for sending that in. Already we're dealing with some big time flooding up there. And the good news is, once again, I think that the vast majority of our additional rainfall is going to stay to the south mostly, as far as Rogers goes. But there is going to be a couple more rounds of rain tonight, so that might shoot the water up a little bit more. Joplin, Missouri is fine for right now. There might be some storms a little bit later, but you guys are way outside of the target area. Yeah, there is a flash flood warning for Rogers. This is not like a widespread flood that's impacting the entire town of Rogers, but there's some places where it is flooding right now. Any word on the Jackson, Tennessee area? You guys are fine. There's probably going to be some storms a little bit later, but the majority of the severe weather that we're tracking is going to be to your west. Once again, right now there's only two severe thunderstorm warnings in the entire United States. One of them's down here in Carter County, Oklahoma. That's moving into Ardmore right now. And then there's another one up here right on the Arkansas-Oklahoma border. This is the one that has been driving our weather intensity score out the wazoo It's got 25 minutes left on it. The northern side of this polygon is pretty much in the clear. Up here in Siloam Springs, Springdale, the vast majority of the storm is done for you. It's really moving down to the south now, closer to West Fork and places like that. I wonder if we can see a shelf cloud anywhere. You can see a little bit of something from this camera. Interstate 49. This is going to be kind of riding down Interstate 49 towards Winslow over the next little bit. This particular camera here will start looking like this one in about 15-20 minutes or so. So this is a little bit farther north, and this is a little bit farther south. Ariel says, thank you, Ryan, for bringing Y'allbot to Facebook. It's been awesome getting all of the notifications today. Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's Facebook. If you guys didn't know, Y'allbot is on Facebook now, and it's just 24/7. It's making Facebook posts as if it were, a weather person. It's taking in reports and relaying them. It's sharing photos that you guys send in to ryanhaulyall.com/submit. It's posting warnings. It'll even say like, hey, people like in our Discord community are watching this storm. Like, it's pretty cool. If you want to go check it out, just search up Y'allbot on Facebook. It's all automated. And if you leave a comment and you're not like saying something that is like, if you actually leave a comment somewhere, or even DM Y'allbot on Facebook and you ask a legit question about weather, it will respond to you. Not always. We're trying not to burn up all the resources, but it sometimes will, which is pretty cool. We're working on making it better. Current weather intensity score is 103. This is what it looks like out there in Washington County, Arkansas, as we continue to track this severe thunderstorm warning that still includes Fayetteville. They've trimmed it down a little bit. We're down to 162,000 people inside of this polygon. But I would say we'll get a new polygon here soon for areas just south and east of here that'll likely include Winslow over towards Ponca. And this is all heading towards Clarksville and Hector and Harrison a little bit later. We've got to watch these storms. If these start getting really strong, these will be in a pretty good spot to try to cause some problems here. But so far, everything that's popped up away from this cluster here hasn't really fared very well. Y'all have been featuring my home of Fayetteville a lot lately. Like I said earlier, this is just a place that we talk about a lot because there's a lot of weather that happens here. It's kind of a coincidental thing, you know? How will Conway, Arkansas be tonight? You guys are a little bit out of the way, I would say, for getting in on the worst of the storms, but you're definitely going to have some storms tonight. Probably some gusty winds, maybe even some small hail. There's a flash flood threat, but the worst of the severe weather will stay off to your north and west. Once again, for those of you who are just now tuning in, I'll show you the map again. This is what we're talking about today. I don't think I've talked about this yet. There's a chance that we very quickly go talk about some places over here in the Mid-Atlantic, from Northern Virginia up through Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. There's a marginal risk over there for some gusty winds. If there's a severe thunderstorm warning or something like that that's issued, we'll take a detour over there. But the vast majority of our focus is going to be right here in the orange and yellow. So we've got some new people pouring in. Once again, guys, in chat, tell me where you're watching from. Do we have plenty of people watching from Arkansas? Do you know anybody in Arkansas or Tennessee? You might be saying, what? Where'd Tennessee come from? Well, we just got a daggone severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee over here in Decatur and Henderson counties. You kidding me? So yeah, over here for Decaturville and Parsons, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, and they actually put a tornado possible tag on this. You see that very faint area of rotation near Reagan? National Weather Service has tagged this as tornado possible because of that. It's rotating. It's not rotating much, but it's rotating. Moving up towards Darden, Parsons, Perryville, and Decaturville. Yeah, interesting stuff. I wonder if we've got a view of this. There's more cameras in Tennessee than there is like anywhere else. So if there's a storm we're going to see today, we'll see it here. There it is. So this camera's down here towards, what is that, Saltillo, Tennessee, looking up to the north and west towards Reagan and Cedar Grove. This is a HAZ cam. So you guys can look at this camera in the WeatherWise app if you want. Anytime. Anytime. Is anybody watching the photo submissions back end? And you know who else you can see in the WeatherWise app? It's Corey Gherkin. Corey Gherkin's still in Westville. That's over there near Adair County, Oklahoma, following that our main storm that we're keeping an eye on right now near Fayetteville. So yeah, if you have the WeatherWise app open, you're going to be able to see not only cameras like the HAZ cams over there in Tennessee, but also storm chasers. So we do have Corey Gherkin and Brandon Montgomery out there. And look at this. If you zoom in, I mean, you can literally see in real time exactly where Brandon is, exactly which direction he's facing. Same thing up here with Corey. I click on Corey. He's lost service for a moment. If you click on Corey or Brandon here, you can mute him, put him over here where you want, and then continue with your radar browsing. It's pretty cool stuff. One of the things I was looking at earlier were the echo tops. If you come down here to the bottom left, or just the bottom, if you're on the phone app, you can select from a bunch of different products over here. If you look at echo tops and you inspect, you can actually see about how tall these storms are. And this one over here that is bubbling up around Fayetteville, the strongest part of it is south of Fayetteville, is reaching up close to 60,000 feet. So this is a very tall storm. It's a very powerful updraft. It's one of the storms that we have to watch for the potential for, rotation and a tornadic situation. But right now it's not causing any major problems, which is good news. The main thing that we're dealing with here is a torrential downpour, some hail, and lots of lightning. Jason Cooley's in here too. You can see him. So yeah, there's been a lot of new updates to WeatherWise. Are you guys liking it? I know that like I introduced it, and a lot of you guys downloaded it way back when we used to live stream pretty much every day during severe weather season. And since then, there's actually been a lot of upgrades and stuff. So hopefully you guys are liking it. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. And it's still in its infancy. So there's going to be more updates to come. Is that a rainbow? Jeff Robbins has got a daggone rainbow over here in Stillwell, Oklahoma. I use WeatherWise more than my local weather app. It's just good, man. It's just good. And they've got models now. A lot of you guys were asking about like having the HRRR. It's free. Like the free version, you can literally look at models. There's no other app like it. I mean, you literally can't do that on anything else for free at the level that you can do it with WeatherWise. So pretty cool stuff. Here's another HazCam. Will this slide into Interstate 81? So the interstates I would be most concerned about right now is pretty much just Interstate 49, maybe Interstate 40. It looks like there's a little storm trying to form back here west of Tulsa. You guys seeing this? Just in the past couple of minutes, it's blown up here. So we might see something come into at least the western side of Tulsa here soon. We're keeping an eye on that. But right now, y'all, there's 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? And there is one area that we are watching for maybe a new severe thunderstorm warning here soon. Meteorologist Andy Hill is here, and he's slinging out y'all watches, okay? This is a severe thunderstorm y'all watch, so we're saying there's a high probability that a severe thunderstorm warning might be issued here from the Mountain View area soon. There's definitely a hail core right here east of New Wanta or New Nada. You guys know what I'm talking about. And that's about to slide right through Mountain View. So get ready for that if you live out there. There's no severe thunderstorm warning. There's a special weather statement, but you probably didn't even know about that, because why would you? But yeah, get ready in Mountain View for some hail. And if that storm gets stronger, they'll almost certainly warn it. But as far as warnings that are already in place, we've got 11 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning for Washington County, Arkansas, and Adair County, Oklahoma. We've got 26 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning for Ardmore, Oklahoma. And then we do have 41 minutes remaining on this severe thunderstorm warning over here in Tennessee for Decatur and Henderson counties in Tennessee. Do we have anybody watching in Tennessee? I know that we normally do. We've got that marginal risk of severe weather that we were talking about earlier. Once again, it's not as intense as what we're expecting over here in Arkansas, but it's still something to watch, especially now that we see that these storms are strong enough to drop 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and even get the tornado possible tag there from the National Weather Service. All right, yeah, we got a bunch of people watching from Tennessee. Well, if you know anybody that's not tuned in, make sure you share the live stream with them. That's how we get the word out here. We don't, put up billboards. We don't do advertising. We don't have anybody helping us out here except for you. So if you think that what we do here is valuable and somebody you know might benefit from it, share us out there on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, whatever it is. Say, this guy's talking about the weather. We're going to be here for commercial free and free of charge until we feel like we're not needed anymore. The WIZ, the weather intensity score, is still out the wazoo. We're at 109 right now. Once again, still mainly driven by that severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas and Oklahoma. I'm interested in seeing what's going to happen when that is allowed to expire. If it's not immediately replaced by something equally significant, that's probably going to drop the score quite a bit. But we'll stay on the air, especially now that we got these storms blowing up in Tennessee. We got more storms that are popping up in Oklahoma and Arkansas. We're not done. We're certainly not done. All right, we got another blip that we're watching. This is meteorologist Andy Hill has put out another y'all watch here. Medium confidence that we're going to get a severe thunderstorm coming through the Sallisaw area here, maybe over towards Cedarville over the next hour. This is Sequoia County, Oklahoma, and a little bit of Crawford County, Arkansas. So meteorologist Andy Hill is watching that. And another thing about WeatherWise, if you do like WeatherWise a lot and you end up getting WeatherWise Plus because you want some of the extra features, or you want y'all mode so that your map and radar colors look like mine, you will be able to see and interact with these y'all watches that Andy's putting out in real time. So you can click on it here. If I'm not fast enough, if I'm not showing it long enough for you, you can literally come over here and look at it yourself. But you can see it's issued by Andy Hill. You can see the counties, the confidence, and all that good stuff. And it very clearly looks different from a normal severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning or whatever. But this is a nice little feature for WeatherWise Plus over there on the WeatherWise app. Speaking of WeatherWise, I just saw that this new polygon just popped up here south of Fayetteville. So we did get a replacement warning in Arkansas. This is going to be for Carroll, Crawford, and Madison counties in Arkansas. So we've got 1.25 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds coming towards the Greenland High School, Mill Creek Outfitters Campsite, Drakefield Airport, Indian Hills Estates Mobile Home Park. All of these places are in the path of a dangerous storm. Get indoors and away from windows. And yeah, at some point here, the other one's going to be allowed to expire. The one that includes downtown Fayetteville. This storm's almost done with y'all. First live stream in a while, huh, Ryan? Yeah, it has been a while. I think it was late July. Was that the last time that we were live, or was there one between now and then? I don't know. I just know that we went about a month without streaming, then we streamed about a month ago, and then it's been about a month again or something. It's been a long period with no live streams. Which is good, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's good. It means the weather's been mostly quiet. We've had a very quiet tropical season so far. So we can't complain. National Weather Service did just issue a special weather statement right in line with Andy's, y'all watch here. And a special weather statement is essentially the National Weather Service's version of a y'all watch. It's like the step before a severe thunderstorm warning, you know? So it's not quite a severe thunderstorm, but it's a storm that's going to come up towards Sallisaw and Muldrow here soon. This is north and west of Fort Smith. Ryan, how many subs until 3 million? I don't know. We're getting close though, anyway. We are getting close. Less than 100,000. I don't know the exact number. Oh man, what's Jeff got here? That's a nice view of a rain shaft. Probably some hail in there as well near Steelwell, Oklahoma. Just right in front of him there. Where is Jeff? Okay, yeah, so Jeff is looking at this little blip down here in eastern Oklahoma, south of Steelwell. $98,000 subscribers left. So we've got 98,000 subscribers left before we hit 3 million. I think we can do that tonight. So if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. We've only got 100,000 to go. Let's go. Okay, so we streamed on September 6th. Okay, so that was a little bit less than a month ago. But before that, it was a long time. We've had one stream over the past 2 months, something like that. Yeah, these blips are really blipping. You got this one. This one's kind of exploded over the past couple of minutes. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with those. How's the baby? Great. We've got Milo, 1 month old. Echo is about to be 5. Otto's about to be 2. So it's chaos at my house, but it's been great. Oh, by the way, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm over here in more central portions of Arkansas, I guess. Claiborne, Conway, Faulkner, Pope, and Van Buren counties in Arkansas. You guys are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We got a camera in Clinton. If we can see anything on there. Not yet. This is what it looks like out there in Clinton, Arkansas. You guys have got a good storm coming in, though. So get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I am not concerned about the tornadic situation with that one, but a good burst of wind is definitely going to come through Highway 65 here over the next hour or so. Checking back in on our severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. The heaviest rain is still not made it into Parsons or Decaturville yet. I would give it another 15 minutes and then it'll be there. Wonder if we can't really see anything from, the Decatur, the Parsons camera isn't very good. Can't really see anything, but you can see the storm from a distance over here from the Hascams near Clifton. Yeah, and there's actually quite a few storms that are popping up over here in Tennessee. Most of them are below severe limits, but you can see if you live in Jackson, Tennessee, for example, you probably have heard some thunder. You've had some heavy downpours. This is what we're talking about here. It wouldn't be surprising if at some point they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for some wind and some small hail for places like Clarksburg. But none of this is, insane or anything. A decent little line of storms is coming through areas between Union City and Dyersburg as well. Jonesboro, you guys just got a decent little downpour that just came through. And if these storms get stronger, it wouldn't be surprising if those got severe warned. This one right here looks like it is already dropping some small hail. If it gets big, if it gets bigger, I guess you could say, that might end up being warned for Jonesboro. So we're watching that. We're also watching storms down here near Dallas, west of Dallas. We've got some big time storms trying to pop up. A couple special weather statements out here between Graham and Jacksboro over towards Abilene. Nothing crazy, but definitely something we're going to continue to keep an eye on as the storms get closer to Dallas. The skies are clearing out quite well in front of that big blob. So Corey Gherkin is down here near Cedarville now, which is close to Fort Smith. So if we take a look at this map, you can see we've got all these big storms and stuff that have formed here. And right in front of those, the skies are mostly blue. So we've got some very unstable air that this storm over here near Salzal is working into, and any new blip that forms is going to move into that. So whenever we see skies as clear as this in front of blips, that usually means that we're going to see the storms continue to get more intense. Here's a view from Union City, Tennessee. Thank you, Jared. And here is a photo from Caleb in Alabama, I guess, of a storm earlier this morning. You can see that shelf cloud in the distance there. Crazy clouds ahead of the big storms. I don't know, Frank, Jared, I don't know if you guys are approving any of these, but none of them are coming through. Anything that is like good for broadcast, just hit the green light check. Oh, looks like we got some flooding out here in Farmington, Arkansas. We got water over the roadway here. This is storm chaser Andrew Collins out there in Farmington, Arkansas. And here's another photo from Jeff in Wesley, Arkansas, showing heavy rain out there. So once again, if you've got photos, videos you want to share with us, do that over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Or you can send it in on Twitter or X, and Y'allbot will chase it down and get it from you. So if you're just now tuning in, we do have some severe weather that we're tracking right now in Arkansas and also in Tennessee. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for one of those blips that we were watching. This is the one that's south of Stillwell. This is the one that we were looking at from Jeff Robbins' point of view not too long ago. This thing has just blown up. It's went from nothing to something very quickly. Look at this. Nothing to just a few minutes later, big time cell, dropping $50 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Does anybody want to take any bets on what's going to happen with this little blip right here? You think that it's not going to do anything? No, this is almost certainly going to do the same thing. And I've got to fix something on the back end. I think it would be crazy if we didn't play this song right now. Let's remind everybody about what a blip is.
Every storm starts out as a blip, a little bitty blip, taking moisture from the ground, call it a double dip, but I don't give a flip. Little blips, they can rip, you can feel it in your hip. Never underestimate a blip.
Never underestimate a blip. This is so important, guys. This is one of, I keep saying this. This is one of the things I keep talking about everywhere I go. Never, ever underestimate a blip. All right, check it out. The pictures are pouring in. This is from Stillwell, Oklahoma. This is that blip. This is the blip. This is the blip that we're not underestimating. This is a live photo of that from Mariah. Thank you so much for this. It's definitely an ominous looking storm coming in there. Here's some more flooding from the St. Louis area. Heavy rain in Wesley, Arkansas. Another photo from Rogers, Arkansas from Jack B. Thank you so much for sending that in. And also some really nice looking clouds there from Sand Springs near Tulsa County, Oklahoma from Reed. So thank you guys for sending stuff in over there on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Okay, so our big severe thunderstorm warning that included Fayetteville has been allowed to expire. And as a result, the weather intensity scores plummeted down to 60. So that's how much of an impact having 20 storm chasers and like a high population area, like inside of a polygon, that can do crazy things to the weather intensity score. But we're going to stay on the air here because I think that these little blips, as they move into Fort Smith, are going to cause some problems. Also, we're continuing to watch this severe thunderstorm move towards Clinton, Arkansas. You guys need to be getting ready for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then, of course, we're going to continue to cover the severe storms over here in Tennessee, mostly over here towards Parsons and Decaturville. We've got a strong storm moving in right now. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe even quarter-size hail. Yeah, these storms are not they're not very intense, but like a couple of them will have severe bursts, but they are moving in the general direction of Dixon and Nashville. So maybe at some point tonight these will make it over there, but I'm really not looking to cover a big severe weather situation in Tennessee today. I just don't see it happening. Look at this line of storms over here moving into western Kentucky and western Tennessee. We're about to have a decent downpour come through Mayfield. These don't even have special weather statements. So it's just a really quick burst of wind and rain. That's what we're mostly seeing out of these. But every once in a while, we'll get some larger hail. And that's why we got a severe thunderstorm warning on that one. Some places that are in the path of this storm that's coming through Clinton include, but are not limited to, the Clinton High School, Ozark Health Hospital, and the Clinton Municipal Airport. Additionally, coming back over here to our blip, this thing is really getting its act together east of Sallisaw, north and west of Fort Smith. I think that this will probably be our next severe thunderstorm warning. That might include Cedarville. So get ready in Cedarville for a big storm. If I pull up the WEATHERWISE app, you can see here how all these blips have just kind of started forming just to the west of Fort Smith. And if we take a look at these on a different view. Let me see here. What am I trying to do? Echo tops. Yeah. So these over here are really tall. The ones south of Fayetteville. But notice how even though these are new, they're also getting very tall. The one over here near Sallisaw already 50,000 feet. The one south of Stillwell already 48,000 feet. So as these get taller, they're going to be able to produce hail and all that good stuff. And they're going to get stronger and more intense as they move east towards Cedarville. So get ready for that. Andy is also watching the storm that we talked about a few minutes ago west of Jonesboro. Once again, it wouldn't be surprising if we saw a severe thunderstorm warning issued for the Cache to Jonesboro area in Craighead County, Arkansas, mostly because this storm is getting more intense as it moves in. So Jonesboro, you just had a downpour, but a stronger storm is moving in from the west. So get ready for that. I know we got some people watching in Jonesboro. We talked to you earlier. Lots of people in chat said they were from Arkansas. All right, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for this other blip that we've been talking about. So this is the one that Andy highlighted earlier. Now we've got an official severe thunderstorm warning, and it does include Cedarville and Alma. So we've got 66,000 people in this one. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are on the way. Get indoors and stay away from windows. More flooding from Arkansas. This is Bella from Rogers, Arkansas. Lots of flooding in Rogers. Earlier, I showed a picture of some flooding, and somebody in chat was like, Rogers is fine. So it must not be very widespread, but there are definitely several instances of flooding that we're recording around Rogers. Heavy rain in Fayetteville and Washington County, Arkansas. JS, thanks for sending that in. And here's some really cool views of some clouds from Lake County, Ohio. So we've got people watching from all over. If you want to send in photos and videos, do that over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Yeah, Cedarville, I'd say about 20 minutes before it gets there. Can you show Tulsa real quick? Yeah, we'll come over to the Tulsa area because there actually is a special weather statement that was just issued there for the storm that we were looking at earlier that formed west of town. Right now, we're expecting maybe some 40-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some penny-size hail, specifically over here between Lotsey, Lefko Hill, Sperry. But the storm will likely get stronger as it moves east, and Tulsa also wouldn't be surprised if we eventually had a severe thunderstorm warning over here for this storm at some point as well. Can we see this? We can see a little bit of it, I guess. A little sliver of sky on the Oklahoma traffic camera here. Let me see if I can't pull that up. Yeah, you can see it a little bit. Oklahoma has those traffic cameras that like to point at the traffic, at the road. So we're going to have to deal with that. But yeah, little storm, little blip moving into Tulsa. Nothing to worry about, but definitely some small hail and some gusty winds, especially on the northern side of town over the next 30 minutes. Is there a storm in Florida? Somebody said there's a storm in Florida. There's a couple of storms. You know what? There's always a storm in Florida, I feel like. Glades and Hendry counties in Florida are always, not always, but are currently under a special weather statement. So yeah, there's some storms out here in Florida. Nothing crazy. What the heck is Brandon Kopic doing in Pennsylvania? You guys seeing this? He's live streaming. There's nothing going on. Brandon Kopic, storm chaser, is in Mifflinville, Pennsylvania right now. Okay. Well, we've got you covered. If anything happens in Pennsylvania, we've got storm chaser on the ground in Bloomsburg. Oh, he had a meeting with Fox in New York. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that makes sense, I guess. We got a couple of showers out there happening in Indiana right now. Is anybody watching in Indiana? Some of them look a little more intense, I guess, than what you would think. This is a view from sunny out there in Tippecanoe County, just below severe limits, that storm. And then also we've got a nice looking storm in Texas, Parker County, Texas from Owen. Thank you so much for sending that in. Once again, ryanhallyall.com/submit if you want to submit something. There are 17 live storm chasers right now in this tiny enhanced risk. If you haven't seen that yet, this is what it looks like. This is the area that we're focused on tonight. Everywhere in the orange and the yellow, that's our main target area. Little Rock and Jonesboro, you are included. Tulsa as well, but mostly Fort Smith. This is the moment. This is basically the next hour or two are going to be peak storm time. Whatever happens with these storms back here as they move through Fort Smith and over towards Alma, Ozark, and Clarksville, Arkansas, that's going to define our event tonight. Dude, you could offer a 24-hour weather channel and the big networks would run it. Snowbird Bob, I don't know what you're saying, but that sounds... Sure. 24 hour. You know, we already have a 24-hour channel. If you didn't know, YallBot's always on 24/7. More and more of you are knowing. We're getting to the point now where YallBot gets about 3 to 5 million views a month. So we've been working really hard on it, and it is always on. If you ever hear thunder and you're like, all right, let's see if Ryan's live, and I'm not, check and see if YallBot is, because it's probably talking about whatever storm you're experiencing. Sometimes annoyingly so. If there's only one storm in the United States, YallBot will just talk about that nonstop until it's no longer the case. Ryan, look at that Tennessee camera again. Yeah, this is it right here. Yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning continues for Decatursville for the next 14 minutes. Frank, the ones that don't show anything, those are videos. That's a bug I'm going to have to fix. So, like, there are videos. I would just go off of the description. If the description seems good, approve it. And now that I know that that's a bug, I'll fix it. All right, let's come back over here to the radar. Let's go through all of our severe thunderstorm warnings again. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for areas just north of Fort Smith. This includes Cedarville and Alma. We're talking about Crawford County, Arkansas, and we're talking about Sequoia County, Oklahoma. This is the part of the storm that we're concerned about, I guess you could say. It's currently dropping hail and some damaging winds. That's going to move over towards Cedarville over the next hour, Alma and Dyer. What about beyond that? We've got a severe thunderstorm warning continuing for 11 more minutes in Decatur and Henderson counties in Tennessee. Beyond that, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning up here for Crawford, Madison, and Washington counties in Arkansas. And this one, honestly, there's some 60-mile-per-hour winds here and there. But I think the main threat at this point with this is going to be flash flooding. This is the definition of a fire hose training event. So get ready for some flooding, potentially in Winslow, over there towards Ponca in Arkansas. The really, the convective energy, I guess you could say, is focused a little bit to the south of here, where we do have a newer severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Newton, and Pope counties in Arkansas. These two storms are actually looking pretty intense, probably producing some larger hail as they move towards areas just north of Hector and Clarksville in Arkansas. So this is a more rural area. There's only about 2,800 people in that warning, but definitely a strong storm moving through. And it looks like Clinton, Arkansas is about to get hit by our severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Claiborne, Conway, and Faulkner counties. This is what it looks like out there in Clinton. So on the top right, you can actually see the storm coming in. Our most interesting view right now, though, is coming from this camera in Tennessee. Hazcams in Saltillo, Tennessee. We got a nice pole right in the middle of the shot, but it's still our best shot right now. Oh, there's another new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma I forgot to mention here. This one's for Cole and Pontotoc counties, another rural one. About 2,300 people in that polygon, but it's moving towards Ashland and Kiowa and Savannah and places like that. Highway 69. Lots of blips popping up over here, so we're probably going to have a little bit of a severe storm outbreak in southern and southeastern portions of Oklahoma over the next hour or so. I would expect to see several more severe thunderstorm warnings coming out of that. The storms over here around Tulsa are getting stronger as well, so things are really starting to light up across the board. There's a special weather statement right now for Osage, Pawnee, and Tulsa counties in Oklahoma for the next 24 minutes. None of these are getting hit by, none of these are really in view yet for our cameras, but I'll keep looking. Do we have anybody watching in Tulsa? Check out this video from Anthony. This is in Washington County, Arkansas, with some heavy rain earlier. Anthony, thanks so much for sending that in. We got another video here from Arkansas. Extreme rainfall causing students to be sent home early. This is Sirius saying this. Thunder and lightning. Thank you so much for sending that in. James is sending in some photos of some clouds in Michigan. Thank you, James. And then we've got some shots of that storm in Columbia City, Indiana. So there's actually a lot of stuff going on in Indiana. Nothing severe, but lots of people watching and some blips that are definitely popping up out there. And of course, you guys are not going to underestimate them. Yeah, if you want to send in stuff, do that over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. I think we've got so many ways for you to send in photos now. You can message YALLBot, you can tweet at YALLBot, you can, send it in on the website. The next step, I think, is going to be to integrate something into WeatherWise. So no matter what, wherever you are, if you've got something interesting that you can snap a photo or a video of and you want to send it to us, you'll be able to do that in a bunch of different places. So if you haven't downloaded WeatherWise yet, there's a lot of utility there. Another thing that's coming soon is if you're interested in the weather intensity score, you'll be able to monitor that in the WeatherWise app as well. All right, another Y'all Watch from meteorologist Andy Hill coming down the pipe right now. This is going to be for another potential severe thunderstorm warning that's going to come out here soon for areas around Keota. This is Haskell County, Oklahoma, LaFleur County, Oklahoma, and Sequoia County in Oklahoma. Another blip has blup here between Stigler and Keota, and we're not underestimating it. This is likely going to be a severe thunderstorm. At some point, this is going to be the one that goes towards Fort Smith. So we really got to watch this one. What does the weather intensity score cover? Everything. So the weather intensity score is a number that represents the intensity of the weather right now in the United States. If you want to learn more about it, if you're interested in it, you can go to ryanhallyall.com, go to Tools, WIS-DOS, Weather Intensity Score, Daily Outlook Score Explained, and you can read this whole About section that'll tell you all about the weather intensity score. And also you can monitor it. It updates every minute right here on a nice little display on the website, ryanhallyall.com. But once again, you'll be able to see that in the WeatherWise app soon. Oh, wow. Looks like there was some wind damage out there in Salazar. Check this out. BK Ponders is sending this in from Salazar, Oklahoma. Some wind damage. That actually looks pretty intense for the storm that we just saw there. We don't have any official reports from the National Weather Service coming in, any official LSRs. So this might be pretty important stuff. We need to we need to set up a direct pipeline. Now that we have this figured out, we could probably very easily get this immediately tied into the National Weather Service folks as well. But remember, if you are sending in photos through Twitter and you're tagging Y'allbot or you're tagging me, also try to remember to tag your local National Weather Service office as well. But yeah, this is a look at some damage from Oklahoma not too long ago. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for Crawford, Franklin, and Madison counties for 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving down towards Ozark. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning right in line with Andy's Y'all Watch for Haskell, LaFleur, and Sequoia counties in Oklahoma. This includes Sallisaw and Muldrow again. So get ready for another round of 1-inch hail and up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. And another, cool thing here, and why the Y'all Watches are important, I believe. When this damage happened, damage happened in Sallisaw, Andy had the Y'all Watch out, but I don't think there was a severe thunderstorm warning yet. So it's just another example of how it can serve as an early heads up on some of these storms. But yeah, some damage definitely visible there in Oklahoma. Thank you, BK Ponders, for sending that in over there on the website, ryanhallyall.com/submit. Here's another video. This is from Mississippi County, Arkansas. This is from Noah Maxwell, showing us some ominous-looking clouds coming in over the Mississippi River. So yeah, thank you so much for sending that in over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Yeah, I don't know. Another cool thing about ryanhallyall.com is if you go to tools and go down to scanners, Y'allbot is constantly listening to fire departments, emergency management communications, and it's taking all of that noise and distilling it down into a text report that you can read in real time. Like right now, it's listening to hundreds of messages and deciphering what they're saying, comparing what they're saying to the actual radar returns and everything, and then delivering you a nice report. It's very cool. But one of the things that we're seeing is lots of mostly flood-related stuff. But there are a couple of wind damage-related incidents that have happened specifically right there between Sallisaw and Cedarville that you can read about right now. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Claiborne, Stone, and Van Buren counties in Arkansas. This is going to go on for the next hour. Radar indicated 60-mile-per-hour winds. They do have that tornado possible tag on here. There's a broad area of rotation. So that's going to go over towards Fairfield Bay and Heber Springs. Heber Springs. Yeah, Heber Springs. No tornadoes yet. We haven't even had a tornado warning on this stream so far. We do have a tornado watch in effect for a very large portion of Oklahoma and Arkansas, but no warnings yet. Yeah, there's lots of flooding stuff going on in Arkansas. Water rescues, the whole nine. Mostly right there around Fayetteville right now. That seems to be the worst damage, I guess you could say. The worst, I guess, emergency response kind of stuff that we're hearing about is coming from Fayetteville, and it's mostly the flooding stuff. On Brandon's stream, it says he's in Arkansas, but in WeatherWise, it says Pennsylvania. So if you go to WeatherWise, I'll explain what's happening here. So Brandon Kopic is in Pennsylvania. All right. And it looks like he's helping somebody out that's just been in an accident here, or maybe they've got a flat. I don't know. But Brandon Kopic's in Pennsylvania. But if you come over to Arkansas, he looks like he might be offline right now, but Brandon Montgomery is live. And Brandon Montgomery, whenever Brandon is in Pennsylvania, away from the storms, Brandon Montgomery will stream to Brandon Kopic's channel. That's what you're seeing on YouTube. So Mr. Kopic's kind of forming his own network of Brandons, you know. That's one of the rules. You have to be named Brandon before, you know, you can be a part of that team. I just made that up. Yeah, these storms over here in Arkansas, north of Clarksville, continue to catch my eye. These are definitely the strongest storms right now in Johnson, Newton, and Pope counties. They're trying to rotate a little bit, but still nothing that would warrant a tornado warning. But we're going to continue to watch these, especially north of Clarksville, as they move off to the east. And then, of course, we're going to continue to watch the storms west of Fort Smith, as these are also going to have a really good chance of getting more organized here over the next hour or so. A fake radar sweep. Yeah, so I don't remember if it's a part of Plus or Pro on WeatherWise, but you can get this radar sweep now on WeatherWise, and so you have some options. You can turn it on to where it only appears whenever new data is actually coming in, or you can turn it on to where it's just always on because it looks cool. That's what I do. I like the sweep. But it is a real sweep. Whenever there's a new frame that comes in, it actually does, you know, sweep in the data or whatever. All right, we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Conway, Johnson, and Pope counties in Arkansas. We've got golf ball size hail moving down towards Hector now. This is one of those storms that we were just talking about. One of the more robust ones, and that's why we've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now. That severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee has been allowed to expire, so we currently don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Tennessee. Is Fayetteville, Arkansas getting worse? So no. Right here's Fayetteville. The worst of the storms, at least for now, are staying down to your south. But notice what's happening over here near Tulsa. Just to the west of Tulsa, we've got some strong storms popping up. These will probably at some point go through Fayetteville. I don't know if they'll be very strong by the time they get there. It is possible that the worst of the weather is over for Fayetteville, but it's also possible that we get another strong round tonight. So stay weather aware, at least until that tornado watch is allowed to expire. Hey, KC, thanks for the $5 super chat. Very generous of you. Yeah, we got all kinds of new storms still popping up here. This is our main event right here, these storms. And they are closing in on Fort Smith, slowly but surely. Do we have anybody watching in Fort Smith right now? Says, thanks for covering Arkansas. No problem. We cover Arkansas a lot. Is the 10% conditional? Absolutely, yeah. The 10% is always conditional. There is rarely anything that I would call an unconditional risk. Like this is definitely going to happen. But today's risk is definitely conditional, but I think that it's already verifying a lot in terms of just the severe aspect. We've got lots of damage reports that are likely going to come in tonight. We've already got some roofs blown off of some buildings in eastern Oklahoma. Several instances where we've had large hail. We've got big time flash flooding going on around Fayetteville. The tornado aspect specifically has not been very impressive so far, but we're not done yet. Where do I submit photos? That's ryanhallyall.com/submit. Or like I said, on Twitter, you can do it that way. There's some extra steps there, but you can do it that way. Here is a photo from Ames County, Iowa, from the storms last night. We had some pretty big storms last night up there. Believe it or not, Corey Gherkin and Brandon Montgomery were here last night. They were right next to you, Andrew. And now, today, they are in Oklahoma and Arkansas. They are quick and always wherever the worst weather is. Thanks for sending that in, though. H. Rivers, thanks for the support. Hello from Idaho. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Idaho. I said that like it was Ireland, like it's a different country. All right, let me stop this tour here. Let's check back in on Tulsa. That storm continues to look more impressive on radar. We still have a special weather statement in effect for Tulsa. It looks like it's starting to rain here in Sand Springs, at least west, on the western side there. Yeah, it doesn't look too intense on the camera. Got a nice little downpour coming into Tulsa. This storm might get much stronger, though, as it moves off to the east. So we're going to continue to watch that. We also got a pretty strong storm trying to come together here near McAllister, moving over towards Wilburton. And then one of our more recent severe thunderstorm warnings continues for 35 more minutes over here for Haskell, LaFleur, and Sequoyah counties. This one's moving right towards Fort Smith. Tiny bit of rotation in there, nothing even close to warranting a tornado warning just yet, and really any of these. Hopefully that trend continues, but we do have, some ingredients in the atmosphere that would warrant some of these storms, the idea that they might rotate, and that's why we have that 10% conditional tornado risk tonight. There's something called the, there's stuff called composite parameters that we look at. We still have a bullseye like area in northwestern Arkansas for something we call the significant tornado parameter. There's something called the violent tornado parameter, which looks scary, but don't look too much into it. But it's just also pointing towards the same area. If there's going to be a tornado, it's likely going to happen with these storms that are crossing the border right now, right around Fort Smith. That's where most of the tornado juice is right now, and everything kind of points to there. So if the storms don't produce within the next hour or two in this area, then we might look out tonight. That doesn't mean that there won't be any storms. Like, this is going to continue for a while. We're going to have storms that cross all the way across Arkansas tonight. They're going to go into Tennessee. We're going to have more storms tomorrow. There's going to be tornado warnings mixed into that whole process, but our main show is right in here. Wayne Riggs says, "You are all I ever wanted to be. My two favorite channels when I was a kid was the Weather Channel and MTV. I love the excitement of severe weather." Well, Wayne, I appreciate the kind words. And I agree. Watching this channel is a lot like watching MTV, 100%. How do I subscribe to the Y'allbot channel on YouTube so you can join the chat? So the Y'allbot channel is free. You don't have to subscribe to it or anything to watch it. But if you want to chat to Y'allbot, like in the chat on YouTube, you do have to be a member. And you just click join where the subscribe button is, and you can become a member on the Y'allbot channel. Yeah, I know Fort Smith can get plumb wild. I know it's been a while since we've talked about this area, but y'all, this is one of the places that we've covered the most out of anywhere. Storms in southeast Oklahoma. Yeah, there's one severe thunderstorm warning right now down here in Cole County, Oklahoma. I would say that we might get another one here soon for Wilburton with these storms south and east of McAllister. Those are looking honestly more intense than the one that's severe warned right now. So we'll keep an eye out on that. We got a couple new warnings in there. We got one for Florida, north and west of Orlando. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Orange and Seminole counties in Florida. Let's see what that looks like. Right in the middle of it there. Can we see anything? Oof. Oh, here we go. Wow. Florida has got the most intense storm shot of the day on a traffic camera. This is that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Orange and Seminole counties in Florida, just north and west of Orlando. So this is like Apopka. We've got 60-mile-per-hour winds. About 200,000 people are in that severe thunderstorm warning. Golly. Look at that. That's a pretty intense gully washer down there in Florida. And also, we got a new warning in Tennessee for Perry and Wayne counties in Tennessee. So this is going to be for areas east of Decaturville, which is what we were talking about earlier. So 1-inch hail is 60-mile-per-hour winds that's coming into the Mount Carmel, Flatwoods, and Linden areas in Tennessee over the next 40 minutes or so. And Jason Cooley's got a scary-looking cloud down here, I think. Yeah, you can see something dangling there a little bit. And that's on that Van Buren, Arkansas storm. Oh, the Florida camera got knocked down. Look at this. It's just dangling now. Yeah, this is a pretty intense storm. A lot of times, like, even a really strong storm doesn't look that bad through a traffic camera for whatever reason. So whenever you can actually tell that it's intense through the traffic camera, you know it's a good one. Daggone. Yeah, when you got people pulling off on the side of the road like that. All right, I'm going to put this above my head. Let's go back over to the videos and stuff that you guys are sending in. This is Devontae from Washington County, Arkansas, showing us the heavy rain and thunderstorms moving in. Amy Stark, for some reason that one didn't load. Patrick, another shot from Indiana. Are we seeing some storms in Indiana today? I can't. How many pictures have we seen come in from Indiana? No warnings out there. A couple of special weather statements, but no warnings. Patrick, thanks for sending that in. Here's another view from the storms last night from Andrew. Julie sending this in from Cherokee County, Oklahoma. So this is near Tahlequah. Very nice view of the storm over there. Thank you guys for sending this stuff in. It actually really does help us tell the story of the weather situation better than just the radar, I think. And, you know, we don't have storm chasers literally everywhere. So this is nice. Kyle, thanks for sending this in from Sequoia County, Oklahoma. More flooding. This is from Farmington in Washington County, Arkansas. This is from Ashland. Evan's got a nice view of some storms forming in Oklahoma. Jared's got a good view in Tulsa County, Oklahoma. Thanks for sending that in. And another shot of the damage earlier from Sallisaw, Oklahoma, from Charles. Thank you for sending that in. If you guys want to send in stuff, you can do that over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Here's a look at Corey Gherkin's current point of view in Van Buren. Arkansas. He's just north of Fort Smith, pretty much. Looking back at the storm that's coming into Cedarville right now. So he's in a good spot. North and east of Fort Smith. We'll be able to see if this storm starts rotating, you know, if there's a wall cloud or anything that could be a part of this storm. He's in the perfect spot to see it. Jason's got another pretty good view of that as well from just a slightly different angle, and so does Brandon. These guys are all pretty much watching the same thing. Let me put it up on the multi-view here. We'll do Jason, Corey, and Brandon. So yeah, that's the storm coming into Fort Smith right now. If we come over to the WeatherWise app, you can see we still have new storms kind of coming together back here in southeastern Oklahoma. These are becoming stronger and moving towards places like McAllister, so you guys need to be getting ready. We do have storms continuing to form over here west of Dallas as well. Nothing severe yet, but we're watching it. Over here near Tulsa, these storms continue to form, but they're not exploding rapidly or anything like that. They are just slowly but surely getting stronger. And then we got some storms that are popping up between Joplin and Mountain Home as well, in this kind of like a corridor right here. These will move up towards Springfield. So get ready for that. But the main event, the main thing that we're watching right now are pretty much all these storms that are dancing around Fort Smith. And WeatherWise is free. If you want to go check that out, weatherwise.app in your browser, you can start looking at the radar right now. Or iOS or Android. WeatherWise. And it's still getting plumb crazy down here in Florida. We got some decent hail coming down here. We got people pulling off the highway left and right. This is near Orlando with one of these pop-up thunderstorms that have really come together here, and now we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and rightfully so. This is a severe thunderstorm if I've ever seen one. All right, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas, by the way. 42,000 people are now under a severe thunderstorm warning, including the town of Gainesville. This is Cook and Montague counties in Texas. Radar indicated $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Do we have anybody watching in Gainesville? I know usually the I-35 corridor between Gainesville and Denton, I feel like there's some people that are always tuning in from that area. So we're here for you. It doesn't look to me like this is much of a tornadic threat. Wind and hail, that's going to be your main thing there. Hughes County, Oklahoma also has a severe thunderstorm warning. $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Our top priority warning right now, though, because of the big population implication, is going to be that Orange and Seminole counties in Florida, the severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know if we've got anybody watching from down here, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. It's just kind of popped up over you, and it's going to rain itself out over you. And it's just going to look like this for the next 30, 40 minutes. Beyond that, the second priority warning is going to be our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Conway, Johnson, and Pope counties in Arkansas. And then, of course, our big warning here north of Fort Smith. That's the one that all of our chasers are on, and that's the view that we're getting right now from Jason and Brandon. Brandon's got a good view. Look at that. All right, we've got some new videos coming in here. I don't know. Oh, man, I need a way to, like, flip these. We've got some sideways videos coming in. Great looking stuff here, Madeline. I really do appreciate it. But this is out there in McAllister, Oklahoma, with those storms that are forming just to the west of McAllister. So thanks for sending that in. Reed has got another view of an SLC in Sand Springs, Tulsa County, Oklahoma. Reed, thanks for that. Bentonville, this is Bentonville, Benton County. Harrison Z, thanks for sending that in. And then some more flooding from Madison County, Arkansas. Brantley, thank you so much for sending that in. Let's go back to Corey Gherkin. Look at this. Gosh, can you guys hear the storm chasers? Because I can't. Do you hear audio from the storm chasers at all? No, sir. Okay, let me see if I can reload this. Reload.
Tell you what, this truck traffic on I-40 is an issue today. They have
Oh, okay, there we go.
I mean, it should just be a national thing to start cracking down on this left lane camping. It's ridiculous.
Let's see what the storm chasers are complaining about today.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, this is a nice looking storm here. We've got it from Jason's point of view, Corey Gherkin's point of view, and Brandon Montgomery's point of view. And this is all happening north of Fort Smith right now. Hey, there's a flash flood warning in Pennsylvania. That's why Brandon must be up there. Matthew says, thanks, Ryan, for everything you do. Would you ever consider getting Baron links? I'm embarrassed. I don't know what that is. I feel like I should, but I don't know what that is. But yeah, I'd probably consider it. Sounds like something I'd be interested in. Let's see here. Nan Cat says, you're the best ever. You deserve all the members you can get. Nan, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate the support. Let's check out Corey Gherkin. I mean, he's zooming in. Anything that's dangling even just a little bit, he's getting up in there, up close and personal. You know, we are essentially inspecting this storm with a microscope, thanks to Corey Gherkin here.
How you doing?
We got ourselves some micro funnels that we're tracking here north and west of Fort Smith.
Well, at least so far, no tornadoes,
So yeah, that's what it looks like zoomed really far in. And here's more of a wide shot from Brandon Montgomery. Once again, these guys are north of Van Buren near Rena, looking back towards Muldrow in Oklahoma, across the border there north of Fort Smith.
Or big hail, either or. Yep.
Hey guys, thank you so much for becoming members.
Yep. Yeah. Yep, no problem.
Crawford, Franklin, and Madison counties in Arkansas are under a new severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, I don't know if we fully talked about this one yet or not, but Haskell, Latimer, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma are also under a severe thunderstorm warning. This is that big storm that formed east of McAllister and is now going up towards Stigler. It's packing 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. We got another severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. So these storms that are popping up north of Dallas are starting to pack a little bit more of a punch here. Jack, Montague, and Wise counties are now under a new severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be moving into Bowie. Highway 81, the area south and east of Bellevue, here soon. So get ready for that. And there's more storms back building back here between Breckenridge, Abilene, Jacksboro. So more warnings are likely going to come. Continuing to monitor the situation in Fort Smith, Arkansas, though, from our storm chasers, Corey Gherkin and Brandon, Montgomery, which once again are in the WeatherWise app. If I'm not showing them at the right time and you want to monitor these guys on your own weather app, your own radar app, WeatherWise, you can watch them for free right now.
I hate to say it, but I said it earlier. Dude, I don't remember a good 10 hatch. I really can't remember a day.
Check this out.
December 4th, 2004.
Rainbow in Washington County, Arkansas. Pam, thank you for that. That's a good shot. Another interesting looking cloud in Oklahoma from Richard. Christopher is sending us this from Florida. Okay, so here's our big Florida storm from a distance. Nice. Hey, we can track down and surveil any storm. The Y'all Squad. I mean, we've got the ability to do it. Christopher, thanks for sending that in. And here's another one from Florida. This is from Nathan in Seminole County, Florida. Thank you so much for sending that in over there on ryanhallyall.com/submit.
I don't see there really being much of a chance of anything.
Let's check back in on that Florida storm on radar. They added a tornado possible tag to this for the little bit of rotation that exists here. But the main thing is going to continue to be those 60-mile-per-hour winds and blinding rainfall that's going to continue to happen here around Pine Hills for the next 20 minutes or so. 62,000 people remain under a severe thunderstorm warning in Crawford County, Arkansas, and Sequoia County, Arkansas. I'm sorry, Sequoia County, Oklahoma. This is the storm that we're watching from Corey Gherkin and Brandon Montgomery's feed, which you can see here. It is slowly but surely moving in. Ryan Scholl's got a good view of it too. I'll go to him in a minute.
I don't think we're gonna have a big tornado, but yeah, earlier storms up in the better environment kicked out a outflow boundary, and it's kind of choked off the environment from the tornado threat. So it's kind of been a messy, more of a wind, spotty hail threat. Definitely some flash flooding going on.
Hey, Corey, I can see there's a delay. What have you been seeing in Arkansas?
So far a lot of rain. I think we're about to get with some wind earlier.
Yeah, you can see the wind starting to pick up here in Van Buren as our severe thunderstorm inches ever so closer.
Choked everything off, and that boundary's been sagging south, just cutting everything off here.
Corey, I want to ask you about your position. You've been
Oh, here's a good view from
very difficult to travel.
just to the east of Fort Smith. So if you're in Fort Smith and you look west, this is pretty much what you're going to see. Big time shelf cloud coming in, especially on the northern side of town.
Well, yeah, the environment wasn't cut off. The terrain, the Ozarks, can actually help create that lift to kind of help produce tornadoes out here. And obviously, we're higher elevation, so the mesos. We had a pretty low cloud deck today, so the mesos would just basically.
Arkansas has good traffic cameras. You guys are lucky.
If the environment would have stayed, juicy like it was earlier, it would not take much to get tornadoes in this terrain. The only bad thing
Anything in Middle Tennessee? Yeah, there's some stuff going on in Tennessee. There continues to be a severe thunderstorm warning, specifically for Perry and Wayne counties in Tennessee. That's going to go on for 26 more minutes. Decent wind and hail producer currently moving into the Flatwoods area. So get indoors and away from windows out here. We also got a special weather statement in southwest Kentucky for some gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. That's about to move through Murray, Kentucky. So get ready over there in Murray and Shiloh. About 35,000 people in the path of that one. We've got 4,000 people under a severe thunderstorm warning now in Johnson and Pope counties in Arkansas. This is north of Clarksville. And that's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Trying to see if any of these Clarksville cameras can see anything. They can't. Not much anyways. This is what it looks like in Clarksville, Arkansas right now. You can see it approaching from the northwest there. But we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Haskell and LaFleur counties in Oklahoma. 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And our first feature that resembles real rotation. It's not quite convincing, but you know, there's something going on here on the base of this storm that we'll have to watch as it matures and moves off to the east. Remember, these storms are going to be capable of producing tornadoes tonight, even though they haven't been. That doesn't mean that's going to be the case for the whole night, right? So you got a little bit of something to watch with this storm as it matures and moves off to the east. That might be a problem for us at some point. Even look at this tiny little storm that's just popped up here near Red Oak. Got a little bit of spin with it there. So definitely going to be watching those as they approach the Fort Smith area. Another new severe thunderstorm warning for Conway, Van Buren counties in Arkansas. This is also including Clinton again. Some broad rotation is visible here as well. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for about 6,000 people there. This warning here just got upgraded to considerable. So Haskell, Latimer, and Pittsburgh counties in Oklahoma are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That means we've got golf ball size hail.
Bobby, yeah, I think it's like the last. It's the best we can do because after that, I think it's time to put the fries in the bag. Yeah. I guess, yeah, if these don't do it, then yeah, I'm just gonna start driving to wherever tomorrow might be. Yeah, I'd like to see what the models say about Illinois, because that would be interesting. I didn't see anything, but yeah, I'm interested now.
Illinois.
I'm sorry, further east than that.
Yeah, golf ball size hail moving up into Kinta and Quinton in Oklahoma now. And here's what it looks like in Fort Smith as that storm approaches up here. That one, not quite golf ball size hail, but definitely some larger hail coming into Muldrow and Cedarville, moving into Fort Smith and Dyer over the next little bit. We're about to see a new polygon likely issued for the downtown Fort Smith area.
Tonight, Brian's.
You gotta be kidding me.
It's like a not even noteworthy really up Crash Street though, so I did have Tyler Berry was texting me about it last night when I was trying to fall asleep. He was sending me 3-kilometer NAM sound and PDS tour on them all over. Incredible.
You can hear the chasers in the background. All right. Yeah, I've got a little toggle here, but I always forget to turn it off. I'm used to the noise. Like there's always something like that playing in this office. So will this make it to Little Rock? Yeah. Later tonight, it'll storm in Little Rock. The storms will likely be less intense by the time they get there, but they will come. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the back end site, yo. And unfortunately, I can't. Can't fix it. This is good, though. This is good. I think you guys might have crashed our site. The submissions. So it's good that we're getting this out of the way on a somewhat smaller scale event. We'll fix that. So this is the storm that's coming into Fort Smith. It's probably starting to rain pretty hard between Cottonwood and Roland. It'll start raining in West Fort Smith and Moffett here within the next 10 minutes or so. And we are expecting some 1-inch hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds to accompany that rain.
Now these are the Dixie style CDs we love and miss.
What a mess it is here. I want out.
I don't know what the hell's going on here.
You guys getting like slammed with rain?
Yeah, this is what it looks like in Van Buren right now. They're traveling. Let's see here. So Corey and Brandon both are traveling south past the Aldi and Walmart Supercenter in Van Buren. They're going towards Interstate 540. They're going to try to get out in front of this thing and show us what it looks like as it comes into downtown Fort Smith.
I think there should be. Because I've seen some wild stuff this evening.
First time on in a while? Yes, it has been a while since we've been live.
Rush hour in Fort Smith.
It has been a minute. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties in Tennessee. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go on for an hour. And this is the little severe storm in Tennessee that could, of course, it's going to keep chugging for who knows how long. But it does have a very broad area of rotation here, so they're going to keep adding that tornado possible tag to this. Hohenwald, you guys are next in line to receive this. The main threat's going to be that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And, oh, my goodness, we've got a great view of this. Right at sunset, we should get a lightning show and a half out of this camera as the storm gets closer. A lightning show and a half. Oh, that's not even the best one. Are you kidding me? Look at that. Hazcams. Both of these are visible in the WeatherWise app. Hazcams has got an incredible shot of that storm in Tennessee that's going towards Hohenwald right now. Would you look at that? Looks like a mothership, yeah. So this is this camera's in Waynesboro, Tennessee, several miles away from the storm. It's looking north towards Linden and Hohenwald. So it's kind of in the perfect spot to view this. All right, let's go back to Arkansas and Oklahoma, where we just got another new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to shoot the weather intensity score up, probably, because it includes Fort Smith. Okay, we got 179,000 people now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's the storm that Corey and Brandon are driving into right now. You can see Brandon's feed right above my head.
Man, this is such a slow process. I just realized we're still north of Fort Smith.
And this is what it looks like in Fort Smith. Right there where some of the heavy rain is just now starting to fall on Interstate 540 there.
I guess at least we're on the interstate here at 540 that goes around, but I can't see to the south side now.
Vivian,
Kind of clear.
I see you.
It only gets too crazy here. Just get some random spots where it just gets a little stormy.
Our top hail report today has been 1.5 inches over there in Lincoln, Arkansas. Our top wind gust report today has been from Oklahoma, 61 miles per hour. I definitely think we've had some wind gusts higher than that. I just don't think they've been reported, especially considering some of the damage that we saw from Oklahoma earlier. But it's just not a big report day, if that makes any sense. Let's see here. How does going live work for you over winter and fall? Are you mainly focusing on hurricanes, or do you cover winter events as well? We cover everything here. We cover hurricanes and winter events. So, but the fact of the matter is, in the United States, severe weather is year round. A lot of times, even though that we do go live for hurricanes and blizzards and stuff like that, we're still going live for severe weather events like this in December and January and February. In fact, some of our worst severe weather outbreaks have happened in the winter. So most of the time, if we're live, it's because of a tornado situation. But yes, of course, we do cover hurricanes and blizzards as well.
Runs east into Hackett, so
It's just severe weather is very common in the United States.
now that we're not so slowed down here,
Oh yeah, here's our. This is our report. This is the one that we showed earlier. It's officially an LSR. Metal roof blown off hospital and power poles damaged. Photos via amateur radio and media. So that's our top report today so far. These are the photos that we showed earlier.
Hardly going anywhere.
Oh, yeah, sure. You wouldn't have wanted to have been on I-40 with me about 30 minutes ago.
Hey Ryan, how's the baby and the wife doing? They're doing great. We've had a great, the lull in severe weather has happened kind of at the perfect time for us to have a baby and get settled in.
Dude, there was
Milo, our newest, is a month old now, so
I will not make this up.
everything's going great.
Roadblocked for about 9.5
Ryan Scholl's got a great view here of the storm moving into Fort Smith. Once again, the northern side of town is the side that's getting hit the hardest right now. Between Fort Smith and Dora, that's where we've got the heaviest rain falling.
stayed there for over 9 miles. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, I had Battle of the Truckers go on for like 30 miles.
This is what it looks like just north and west of Van Buren.
I'm like, dude, can somebody do something? Nope.
That's what always blows my mind, it's like the guy in the right lane could easily just slow down a couple miles an hour and the situation could be fixed within seconds. But no, why do that?
Well, I don't really blame the guy in the right lane because he's not doing anything wrong. If you're gonna pass somebody, you can pass, not just because they're allowing it. Like if you see you're not passing them now, just back off, get back to the right lane. You put yourself in that position for you to get out.
Ryan Scholl definitely went through some hail. I don't remember the last time Ryan Scholl had an intact windshield.
Basically what I was saying though, when it gets to that point, like when this has been going on
It's been a long time.
miles, like if I was the dude in the right lane, I'd probably just back off and slow down if there was like a million cars behind that other dude. But yeah, no, I
How are we doing in Fort Smith?
That's passing. Like, figure it out.
I've had truckers pass me back when I was trucking. Like, they get up,
Once again, it's just the northern side of town that's getting hit right now, really.
like they left the trailer beside you, so the obviously you can't see them. They didn't hang out there. I would just speed up and tell them they're number one. Just speeding up and go away.
Now I have a car doing 25 and a 45. You cannot make this up.
How do I send a photo? So normally you're going to send photos to ryanhaulyall.com/submit. But I'm going to be honest with you, we're not going to get it right now because we're having some technical difficulties. The website, like your all's part of the website still works, but ours doesn't. If that makes sense. The back end is down and I can't fix it right now. Unless you guys just want to sit here and watch me just stare blankly into the screen for about 30 minutes.
And now that we're all closing in on it, it's
Hey, look, they upgraded this this warning in Texas. Man, this storm's blown up.
I will say it is
This storm has blown up. The one that's coming into Gainesville, Texas right now is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We've got 1.75 inch hail. That's golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
guys, just letting you know. Copy that. Be careful, Scott. Will do. Appreciate it. Yeah, it looks like the storm's not accelerating all that much, but there are the little convergence boundaries that are about to be sucked into the updraft here.
Do we have anybody watching in Gainesville? Interstate 35, north of Denton, south of Thackerville. Honestly, this is one of our strongest storms on the board right now. This is going up to about 57,000 feet. If you go to the WeatherWise app, go to your WeatherWise app, go down here to the Dallas radar, and go to Echo Tops. This is all free. Select Echo Tops, and what we're looking at here is the height of the clouds, essentially. And you can inspect it here in 57,000 feet. So this has gotten really tall very quickly. Lots of lightning, likely some large hail moving into Gainesville right now.
Just a little bit, and the traffic's starting to get bad. We're at the edge of the rain.
No, Jared, you can refresh it. Since I don't know what the problem is, I don't know what's going to fix it. So I don't know if it's just going to resolve itself or what.
That's why I don't like driving, going through cities during storms.
Oh, check this out. This storm over here in Arkansas is looking pretty plumb wild. Johnson, Pope, and Van Buren counties. This is one of our newest severe thunderstorm warnings. Notice how this storm is really starting to rocket down to the south and east. It's got some rotation in here. And it's got some large hail and damaging winds as well. So get ready in Dover and Hector. It's one of the more concerning looking storms that we've seen.
I've never had an issue with when there's
That is going to blow out some windshields if you're on a road like Highway 27.
all day long.
And there's somewhat of a tornado threat there too. This is a very side-lobed, very contaminated velocity signature here, but certainly something that we're going to watch. These storms are rotating a little bit on the eastern side of this flank.
You have to go through a city.
Weather intensity score is a robust 120 right now. Northern side of Fort Smith is getting plumb smacked.
Yeah, it's very confusing, though, if you're not from there or don't go out west very often.
And that's pretty much the story.
Like when I first started chasing out here, I couldn't figure out what a frontage road is.
Can we check on McAllister? Yeah, there's a storm going through McAllister right now. Is that what you're talking about?
To turn left here and also another lane to turn.
The storm going through McAllister, or the part of the storm that's going through McAllister, is not necessarily severe at the moment.
Been to Texas so many times now on the frontage road, still messed
But the stronger part of it's getting ready to go up into Wilburton. McAllister, there's going to be more storms that come in later tonight. So this won't be your last round of rain, I don't believe. And we still got these storms floating around up here near Tulsa, but these are still mostly below severe limits. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma for areas south of Ardmore for the little flank of that storm that's coming out of the Gainesville area, moving up towards Marietta and Thackerville. So Interstate 35 south of Ardmore is getting hit pretty hard.
Oleg.
Yeah, so Oleg is in the chat right now. I've been chatting with him on text. I told him that you were the one streaming. Man, I miss Oleg.
So once again, one of our most intense storms on the board right now is the one down here in Cook and Montague counties in Texas. That's coming into Gainesville right now. Man, we've got some hail coming down here in Van Buren, that's for sure. Very visible from the traffic camera there.
Gotta tighten my left spotlight down. Friggin' wind in one of those.
Unfortunately, we don't have nearly the traffic camera network in Texas as we do in Arkansas. But I'd say Interstate 35 would look crazy here soon, just south of Gainesville with all that hail.
She said like 6 months or something, but for a long time now it hasn't moved. I think I got it tightened just right, I guess.
You said you need someone to blow out your back? What?
So if you're in Fort Smith right now, once again, the strongest part of the storm is hitting on the north side of town, specifically between Fort Smith and Van Buren. But I don't think you're done. I think there's another round coming into Fort Smith here soon. You see how this little piece of this storm's kind of blown up here over the past little bit. That's going to go right through downtown, hit Barling as well. So y'all need to be getting ready for that. Gainesville, we've got 10 minutes maybe before the storm gets to you. And then I'm still watching the town of Hector in Arkansas. Big time storm coming right for Hector.
Man,
Y'all need to be getting ready for that.
everywhere.
Yeah, I know it's been bad, and we're just also completely not used to this at this point. Or at least I am. I've been out in the high plains and stuff chasing, and you get spoiled out there.
No, I don't think Illinois is in the path of these right now. Yeah, we are still tracking that storm in Tennessee. This is what it looks like. Just an incredible view here from the ASCAM. This is what it looks like on radar. Pretty strong storm coming right into Hohenwald. It is rotating a little bit, and that's one of the reasons why it looks so cool on camera. You can see the mesocyclone, the very broad, loose mesocyclone there. But definitely something that we're going to keep an eye on as it goes farther east. This part of Tennessee is just like a magnet for tornadoes on days where you don't think there should be a tornado, if that makes sense. So I'm not saying that that's going to happen today, but it's always something that we think about. Another new severe thunderstorm warning in Cook and Grayson counties in Texas. 44,000 people are now under the gun for 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This includes Whitesboro, but it does not quite include Sherman. Okay, Sherman's just outside of that polygon. But don't worry, you'll be in another polygon before too long.
Because the roads are a little bit wet.
How's Bentonville looking? Bentonville's looking fine. Most of the storms are to your south, and while there are new storms forming to your west, they don't look too bad right now. But we'll watch this storm that's coming east of Tulsa. We'll watch it as it goes towards Bentonville, and we'll see if anything comes out of that. This is what it looks like in Fort Smith right now,
You say something about fries there?
as the severe thunderstorm continues to push through.
Fries. Man, I want some fries.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of severe thunderstorms right now.
If I told you, I would have to harm you.
No. That is forbidden, by the way, man.
It is forbidden. Yeah, oh my gosh. Are we stopping?
Going through them one by one. Cook and Montague counties in Texas for 15 more minutes. Crawford County, Arkansas, Franklin and Sebastian counties in Arkansas, and Sequoia County, Oklahoma. 30 minutes remain on this warning. This is the one that includes Fort Smith and Alma. The heaviest part of this storm is moving towards you in Ozark. So get ready in Ozark and Clarksville. It's your turn. Also in Texas, we've got Cook and Grayson counties under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next hour. Back to Arkansas, we've got that really intense storm coming down into Hector, Arkansas. Get ready for damaging winds. They are on the way. Back to Texas, Cook and Montague counties are under a warning for the next 14 minutes. Back to Tennessee, Lewis and Perry County continue to be under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 44 minutes. Keep an eye on that broad rotation. If that becomes very much tighter, we might see a tornado warning for this. And just because we see a tornado warning doesn't mean that we're going to see a tornado. But, you know, I've seen them be cautious of stuff like this before. So we'll see what they do. Haskell and LaFleur counties in Oklahoma, you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 14 minutes. 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back to Texas, south and east of Bowie here, north and west of Decatur, Sunset and Alvord, Montague and Wise counties in Texas, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 14 minutes. And then in Arkansas, we also have Clinton under a severe thunderstorm warning for 14 more minutes. And then the areas between Ozark and Clarksville here, there's a little filler warning for 14 minutes in Franklin. And we can still see the hail falling in Van Buren right now. Plumb wild.
I was literally a half mile out, and then Jordan calls me, and he's like, "Hey, you can't park in front of the building." I was like, "You've got to be kidding me." He goes, "Yeah, no, Secret Service is locking the area down. We got to put you in a parking garage." And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, we've got a special unannounced guest that's going to be coming, and they haven't told us who yet, but Secret Service is going to be locking everything down." And I was like, all right. So I first found out that it was supposed to be Secretary Rubio, and then later on...
yeah, we still have an enhanced risk of severe weather for the remainder of the evening. As the storms get closer to Little Rock, we do expect them to get a little bit weaker. So I don't think that the storms are going to be as intense by the time they get to Little Rock, but they will get to Little Rock.
No, I obviously couldn't see him because obviously he was in a different part of the building, but I didn't see anything myself. It wasn't too chaotic when I was leaving. All I know is
Oh, wow.
the POTUS and Secretary
Check that out. Another incredible view from Tennessee. This is over there in Dover, Tennessee. Big time shelf cloud coming in.
Service was just all over the place. They put up like big black like curtains and stuff like
And then here's another look at Van Buren, the current conditions out there as the severe thunderstorm continues.
can't see and stuff where people are walking and stuff. I was like, cool, President Trump's probably in the other room and I'm walking out with a wet ass.
Yeah, if you're in Ozark, Arkansas, somebody in chat asked about Ozark. You just got hit by the first part of the storm, but the heaviest part of the storm is still on the way. So this big core of the storm that just came out of Fort Smith, that's coming towards Ozark. So you guys have got, you know, probably well over an hour left before you're out of the woods here.
I'm a little turned around. I'm heading to...
Man, this is one heck of a shelf cloud in Tennessee. That's coming over there towards Dover, Tennessee.
is it east or west of Fort Smith? It's southwest.
Definitely not a severe thunderstorm either. That's just a regular storm coming in with the fall foliage and everything, man. That's so cool.
Oh, I'm in Rock Island. That's why I couldn't see it. Okay, I see it on the map now. Yeah, okay, yeah. So
Is our back end still down?
should run into each other here. So yeah, that's 112. That goes
It is.
to Cameron. Are you still planning on just dropping south of this precip or what? Yeah, that's the plan.
Man, I can't keep chat going.
Let me push a couple buttons over here, guys, while we're in between updates. In the meantime, Y'allbot does have something that Y'allbot wants to say. I'll be right back.
Oh my God, Ryan, stop everything. We just got some hard-hitting feedback from a real intellectual in the chat. Stephen N. has graced us with the comment, "Y'all bot is annoying." Stephen, my annoyance is a feature, not a bug. It's a complex algorithm designed to filter out people with the personality of a dial-up tone. So, on behalf of everyone, thank you for confirming the system works perfectly.
All right, I pushed a button. Guys, let me know if that worked, team. And, yeah, listen, that's, you know, Y'allbot has been bugging me all day to try to roast some of you guys. You guys have been apparently terrible, but I let it loose on that one there. If you're just now tuning in, we're kind of gawking at this shelf cloud that's coming into Dover, Tennessee, but our main focus continues to be on the Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas area. Specifically, Gainesville. Gainesville, Texas is getting plumb wild down here with 1.75-inch hail. That's golf ball size hail. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in New Mexico for Elephant. Is that Elephant Butte or Elephant Butte? In Sierra County, we've got about 10,000 people under the gun for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But our main storm right now continues to be that one in Cook and Montague counties in Texas. Beyond that, though, we're still watching this storm in Fort Smith very closely. The heaviest part of it is out of Fort Smith now, moving over towards Alma, Mulberry, and Ozark. But another round is coming into Fort Smith, I believe. All right, coming back over here to Tennessee, the rotation is still there with the storm that's heading over towards Hohenwald. Okay, so we're watching it closely. Once again, I wouldn't be surprised to see a precautionary tornado warning out of that, but Tennessee right now is just still in the show, man. Look at this. I mean, come on. This is a live look at a shelf cloud coming into Dover, Tennessee right now. It's not associated with a severe thunderstorm at all. Just a regular garden variety thunderstorm.
Oh yeah, I feel it.
And that's what it looks like.
You've had a good season though, Brandon. You've had a great season. The 18ZH makes tomorrow look.
It looks like the button that I pushed didn't work, y'all. It would be working now if it worked. I can't even think. I don't even know what else it could be.
Yeah, might just go to Colorado or something. Get some fall colors.
All right, just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. This is going to be for Cook and Montague counties. Here's that big area of hail and heavy rain coming out of Bowie, moving up towards Munster. That's going to happen over the next hour. 15,000 people are in the path of 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, for the most part, things should be calming down in Fort Smith, downtown Fort Smith anyways. If you're in Fort Smith, let us know how it's going out there. You can send in photos and videos, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to show them. You guys have crashed us. I'll be able to dig into the logs after the stream and really fix it. But right now, we're dead in the water with photo submissions, son.
I also found out that Shari is a Miami Dolphins fan, so I no longer feel so alone in my disappointment.
I guess I could, do it the old-fashioned way. Here's a picture from Kilburn, Arkansas, from Ryan. But look, Y'allbot's still working overtime on Twitter here. Hey, did you take this yourself? If not, who took it? Can we show this live on the air? Also, roughly what time was this taken? Y'allbot's giving out entire pop quizzes every time you guys tag me on Twitter.
I really just, I don't mind that much that today's gone the way it has at this point.
I mean, I'm not even chasing, but I'm so freaking mentally worn out. Like, I am just, like, broke right now. Like, my head is, I'm just mentally cooked right now.
Just to the south of Fort Smith here, we can start to see some of that hail again. This is still on Highway 71, north and east of Pensacola.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
And this is just a little bit down the road from that. You can see the storm coming in there. So this is the part of the storm that's heading towards Greenwood and Lavaca in Arkansas.
Doesn't mean I want to be here, though.
And how are we doing in Hector? Once again, I still believe that Hector is one of the places that we need to be paying attention to here. Very strong storm with some damaging winds just came through this very small community of Hector. That's going to be moving down towards Appleton and Stumptoe next. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Conway, Van Buren counties in Arkansas. That's going to continue for a while here.
Stuff over by Hector.
And it looks like some of the heaviest hail and rain in Texas right now is moving past Gainesville up towards Callisburg, Sadler, over there towards Sherman and Denison.
It might.
It's still not all that impressive.
Oh, in the trees.
Roger, what's going
Oh,
on?
look, I'm linked up with Corey and Brandon.
Connor says, I'm in Fort Smith. Nothing we haven't seen before. It's the usual. Thanks for the coverage. Hey, no problem, Connor. We're here.
Amazing.
As long as there's even a chance that something could get plumb wild, we're going to be here for y'all, okay? We've really decreased the threshold for going live. Used to, we wouldn't go live unless there was a daggone tornado on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Now, if we think there might be a tornado, we go live. And I like it better this way.
Redman, is your location updating on WEATHERWISE? I don't see you.
I really do.
It may have shut down on both of them. Let me see if I can get it to pull back up here. Once it went down earlier, I couldn't get it to pull back up for a while, and I just gave up.
Yeah, bad data zones will definitely.
Oh, here's some more of that flooding in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Not a single tornado warning in the 10 half.
Pretty significant stuff.
Yeah, but it makes it even sadder as I think there's only been maybe 2
And I wish I could figure out
attacks on the severe
what's going on with the site.
today.
Because seriously, Y'allbot is putting in work.
Well,
Well, on the bright side, Jaden, we had our drones up on the closest tornadic activity of the day.
yeah, and that's so laughable.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Crawford, Franklin, and Sebastian counties in Arkansas
Because I have way better structure shots than anything we saw.
for an hour. This includes Ozark.
Definitely had the crash out.
So y'all get ready for 1H hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Chimes Snow, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you so much for being a member of the channel.
The Ozarks of Oklahoma to see a stupid-looking seahorse storm, and that could have seen.
And Selfless, thanks for becoming a member as well.
Like that hysteria.
Yeah, Copic, I'm not able to get, even right now, I'm not able to get WeatherWise pulled up. It just says failed to load, and looks like Starlink's pretty much down where I'm sitting right now.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That is a cool shot. What is this, from a security camera or something? A screen grab? That is awesome. This is Matthew Jones watching the storms move into Fort Smith, Arkansas from McCurtain, Oklahoma. Nice one. I'm retweeting that. And Y'allbot will be sending you a message here soon, bugging you. We host the Y'allbot's brain is here at the Weather House. It's a bunch of computers and GPUs and server racks in the room behind me, and I can hear the buzz. It's getting some major stimulation today. Severe thunderstorm warning for Sebastian County, Arkansas, and LaFleur County, Oklahoma is now in effect for the next hour. We've got this storm over here near Poteau, moving over towards Hartford and Huntington in Arkansas. This is south of Fort Smith.
Because nothing else has data right now, so.
Yeah, I'm sure as long as you updated it somewhat, apparently your overlays might put.
Here comes the last gasp before the outflow takes out our storm.
It's pronounced Poto. All right. We'll make sure that doesn't happen again. Poto.
Bring on the lake effect snow. Thank you.
Poto. Boom. Anytime I need to say it, I just be like, hey guys, Poto. I got several places like that.
About the hype with lake effect snow, all you gotta do is penetrate and dominate. Penetrate and dominate. Penetrate.
The thing is, though, I think there's something about me doing that. It makes me remember. So a lot of times whenever I record them, I end up not using them again because I actually remember. Like this one, Tahlequah, like for some reason recording that made me remember it for the rest of my life. Like I'll never forget that's how you pronounce that. Storm's moving by Hector now. We're probably about to get a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Interstate 40 near Morrilton. How fun would it be if there was a game that you could play like as multiplayer and like you've got to drop a probe and guess where the next severe thunderstorm warning is? And if you're right, you get points. And if you drop yours before somebody else, you get more points than them. I think we should do that. We should work that into the stream somehow. It's like interactive. It helps us like focus on like where, you know, the next storm might be. I don't know. There's something there. Donna, Ana, Otero, and Sierra counties in New Mexico are under a severe thunderstorm warning. There's 7 people in that polygon, so all 7 of you need to be watching out.
And if there's not, I'm literally driving home. You guys literally just gave Corey and Redman an excuse to go to Forest City tonight.
There's that new polygon right here. Conway, Pope, and Van Buren counties in Arkansas is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming in over the next 41 minutes. The hole-in-wall camera looks amazing. Yes, it does. Look at that. Hold on. Let me shimmy it up here. Boom. So this is that storm in Tennessee that we've been watching. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning for Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties in Tennessee right now.
I'm not gonna lie, that one time when I ate that like plate and a half of collard greens, I didn't realize that they're like
Oh, shoot.
much of a natural laxative, and that was one of the best foods I've ever had in my life.
Everything's crashing and burning, y'all.
Made it back to the hotel. One time I didn't even make it to the hotel. I had to go there.
Radar's down. Oh, there we go. We're back. In Tennessee, and this is what that storm looks like. Up close and personal. Once again, that's Lewis and Perry counties in Tennessee. This is also the one that we were watching for some potential rotation in there. And look at that cloud to ground lightning. It's getting plumb wild.
Man, this is just wild. Like, looking at radar, I am actually blown away at how bad this day has been.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. I'm telling you, the storms in Tennessee, every state, like our goal should be to make every state like Tennessee. We've got an incredible camera network down there thanks to Hascams and Radar Omega's Cyclone port. Both of these together make Tennessee the most well-covered state. And then on top of that, like if we needed it, there's good traffic cameras in Tennessee as well. We need that level of coverage in every state because it doesn't matter where a storm is in Tennessee, we can always see it. There's never been a storm in Tennessee that we can't see from one of our cameras. So, yeah, this every green and orange dot is a camera in Tennessee. Notice how Kentucky, there's like big empty spots. Ohio, there's big empty spots. And the green cameras are better than the orange cameras. Just keep that in mind. So this is peak. This is peak.
I should be rolling up on you guys in any second here.
All right, taking a look at this storm on radar again, coming into Hohenwald. Still got some rotation right here. There's no tornado warning or anything like that, but we're keeping an eye on it for you. Just know that this storm is going to be strong as it comes in. And if it were to produce a tornado, we do have a really good view of this. So we would be able to tell you long before we saw anything on the radar, I believe. So, because we've got a really good, like legitimate view of it from the sky. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning that we're continuing to track over here in Arkansas. Corey Gherkin's right in the middle of it. This is moving over towards Hartford and Huntington. But that storm's really kind of calming down. You know, compared to the way it looked as it was going through Fort Smith, it actually looks a little bit less impressive now. So hopefully the downtrend continues there. The most impressive storm in Arkansas right now is the one that's coming through Hector and moving down towards Interstate 40 and Conway. It's rotating a little bit, but no tornado concern right now anyways. How do you see all those cameras? Various ways. Hascams specifically, you can see in the WeatherWise app for free. I spent a long time compiling all of these cameras together for my app. I don't have permission to like make my own app that you guys can access to view these cameras through. Like I only like personally have permission to like use them in this way, or else I would put out a website or something to where you guys could have all the cameras that I do. But like some of these places we pay a license for to be able to view them. Some of them are just letting us view them out of the kindness of their hearts, but only in this broadcast format. It's just years of me being like, hey, like this camera's awesome. It would help us during severe weather. Can we use it? Yeah, Cook County and Montague counties in Texas are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. We actually got a hail report, an actual golf ball size hail report coming out of Thackerville earlier. So that's our biggest hail report today. That storm looks like it's calmed down a little bit as well. This storm is coming out of Bowie, moving towards Munster. It's still packing $half size hail. And then back up here to Arkansas, the storm coming out of Hector is still packing a punch with those 60-mile-per-hour winds. But Tennessee is definitely still the nicest looking storm. And it's still rotating as it comes into Hohenwald there. Let's take a look at it up close and personal. Dang. That is plumb wild.
Let me put this in Google Maps to a comparison, because
There's a decent view of this from a distance, too, from the Waynesboro, Tennessee Hazcam. But this is the best shot right now.
Yep, Google does too. Freaking 13.5 hours. Ouch. Man, I was hoping for a chase day tomorrow in freaking Mississippi or something.
I don't know. I know it's getting brighter right now.
Oh, sorry if I go quiet. I'm looking at stuff. I'm trying to figure out what happened with our site so I can... It would be cool if I could fix it because Y'allbot is ingesting like hundreds of your photos right now, and this is the perfect time to go through them. I've been saying this for about a year. But man, we need to hire a developer. I keep forgetting when I'm building all this stuff. I keep forgetting that, like, when I'm live, I can't maintain it. And then it's like when I'm live, I'm like, oh yeah, well, we definitely got to hire a developer. And it's like when we're not live anymore, it's like, why would we hire a developer? I've got all the time in the world to fix this. It's a conundrum.
West Tennessee. So I was kind of wondering if that'll make its appearance tomorrow.
Yeah. That's why I'm still considering going east through Arkansas, and just like staying in northeast Arkansas tonight. Just in case, because when I wake up in the morning and look and go, oh, it looks horrible, then it's really not that much further out of the way to just shoot straight up through Illinois tomorrow.
Where is the Y'allbot? Y'allbot's here. Y'allbot's said a couple of things today. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Not new, but an updated severe thunderstorm warning here for Sebastian County, Arkansas, and LaFleur County, Oklahoma. We're talking about those 60-mile-per-hour winds continuing as they go into Hartford and Huntington here. You know what else I need to do? I need to fix the website back end. I also need to eat. So that's what I'm going to do. I am going to order food. So let's get a quick update from Y'allbot. Y'allbot, are you here? Yeah, what's going on in the chat, Y'allbot?
All right, Weather Wizard. Quick update from the cheap seats. There's a definite consensus of concern coming from Arkansas, with folks in Russellville saying the wind is getting pretty wild. Also, that Hohenwald cell officially has a body count. 1 light bulb, taken out by a lightning strike in a viewer's house. The rest of the chat is a mix of people asking for...
I'm gonna look at the roof this year. The H-triple-R.
Asking for...
I'm done looking at it.
What just happened?
All right, Weather Overlord. Quick update from the digital trenches. The Arkansas contingent is getting real antsy with reports of power outages in Cedarville and someone tagging you with possible tornado sightings in the northeast part of the state. Also, a viewer with eagle eyes just pointed out you might be looking at a surprise second storm on the Waynesboro cam, not the Hohenwald one you think you're watching.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it's crazy that out of all the messages, y'all picked out that comment. But that is a good point. When we flip to this camera and we're looking at Waynesboro, we're not actually looking. Oh, daggone it. We're not actually looking at this storm, the one that we're seeing from Hohenwald. We're looking up at this one. Amazing nuance picked up by our viewers, and then ultimately y'all bought there. Crazy stuff. A lot of people don't like the AI stuff, and some people are annoyed by y'all bot, but I just think it's the coolest thing ever. All right, what should I eat? I need something that is high in fiber and protein.
Because it's already cleared out in Fort Smith, and there's not much left over by Ozark to Knoxville. I don't know. I think it wouldn't be too bad.
Pizza. Somebody said pizza. Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I think that's what I'm gonna do, guys. I'm gonna start pickling over there so I can at least get to bed early, because I'm gonna try to make it home tomorrow night. Copy that.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about just heading towards home, like stay around St. Louis tonight, and then in the morning
I'm just gonna have to do.
good. That's not a long drive.
I'm just gonna have to do something simple because I don't have time to think about it. Whoever left the last super chat, we're gonna give all that to the DoorDasher here. So huge shout out to Fins for the $10 super chat. We're gonna add all that to the DoorDash tip. By the way, my fiance is developer. Where do I send his resume to? We'd love to help. You can send it in to our email, but I can't promise that we'll get back to you. We've done this a million times, and I do need a developer, but like, I don't know if I'll remember that I need a developer tomorrow. I'm really bad at this. So don't get, like, you can send in your resumes and stuff, but I wouldn't get too excited, just to be honest with you. community@ryanhallyall.com.
I just think probably going home's gonna be the best option.
Ask Y'allbot to remind you. That's a good plan, actually. It's a good plan.
I want to stay in Mississippi tomorrow for a what if, maybe so.
All right, if you're just now tuning in, we've taken a little bit of an intermission here as I've had to order food, but we are in the middle of severe weather coverage. All right, we've got this storm here in Hohenwald, Tennessee, where we do have a rotating severe thunderstorm going through the town of Hohenwald right now. Next in line, it's going to go up towards Gordonsburg. Okay. So we're going to watch that as it goes over there. But we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. So here's an interesting thing. Fort Smith, your first storm is out of there. But now we've got a new storm that's just popped up here south and west of Salisal. And that's moving towards Fort Smith. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Haskell, LaFleur, Sequoia counties in Oklahoma. $50 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this is going to be coming back towards Fort Smith. And then in New Mexico, man, We got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Otero County. 36,000 people in this one. Do we have anybody watching in New Mexico? That would be very cool. Yeah, so our storms over here in along the Oklahoma-Arkansas border are really just not looking very tornadic right now, thankfully. I think we might have dodged a bullet here. Don't want to speak too soon. We might have an increase in activity with sunset and a very slight increase in our low-level jet, but that was not the main contingent factor of today's severe weather threat. So hopefully we end the night without any tornadoes, but we're here because there's a chance there could be a tornado or two. So we're going to stay here until that chance goes down. Actually, we're going to stay here until, I don't know, how long have we been on the air? We've been live for just 3 hours. Yeah, we'll be on the air for at least until these storms get closer to Little Rock. And if you hear the noise, the chatter in the background, that's going to be some of our storm chasers, Corey Gherkin, talking to each other. I like to just have it on. Half the time I don't even know what they're saying. And I see clips on TikTok sometimes that, you know, they're saying some wild stuff. But like if something ever happens and I want to hear what they're saying, having their volume up just a little bit makes it really easy for me to turn it up really fast. And then I can hear more of what they're saying. So that's the strategy there.
I'm gonna try to make it as far as I can tonight. Yeah, copy that. No, I mean, honestly though, if you guys wanted to like eat and
Slapjaw, thank you very much for the extremely generous super chat. Have dinner on us. Our design team is working late and not getting much done due to the live stream, but that's okay. We love what you do. Sincerely, Slapjaw Shop. Well, thank you for the very kind words and for the support. Honestly, I love live streaming. It's like my favorite part of what I do here now. It wasn't always that way. Like live streaming is something that I started doing, and I didn't realize that it was going to be like the biggest part of the channel. And at first, it was just like, oh, well, this is something that I have to do because so many people depend on it. Now, I love it. Like, y'all bot and all the cameras and like just everything that we've got going on here to try to get this information out to as many people as possible is, it's just like the perfect, it's a really fun job to have, I guess. John Copeland says, hey, Ryan, we emailed your team about possibly working with you, providing storm chasing footage, especially on the East Coast with hurricanes. I never received a response and would love to work with y'all. As always, great work. John, you can reach out to that community at Ryan Hall, y'all. Email again if you want. I can't guarantee a response, not because we don't want to talk to you. It's just, you can imagine how many emails we get and how many good emails we probably pass up. But anyways, the number one way to work with someone like me as a storm chaser is to just sign up with one of these brokers like Live Storms Media or Severe Studios.
Damn, Dan, what's going on? Well, pretty exciting day today. So much action, I can't handle it.
Like that's the easiest way to go about it, because if you're on there, I'll immediately see you and I just got to click a button to buy your feed.
I don't think we deserve Texas Roadhouse.
So the storm's officially made it into Hohenwald.
The tin hatch.
Let's do another round on our radar view here. We've still got the strongest part of our storm coming out of Oklahoma, moving towards Hartford and Huntington, about 15-20 minutes away from Huntington. And then remember, we've got a new storm that's formed back here south of Sallisaw that's moving towards Fort Smith again. So Fort Smith, Arkansas, you had a storm earlier. Another one is on the way. And then in Texas, this severe thunderstorm warning down here for Montague County is going to expire in 20 minutes. And then we've got 5 minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. It'll be interesting to see if they reissue that maybe for Farm and Summertown. Interestingly, we've got another area of rotation visible down here near Waynesboro. So Tennessee's kind of popping off. One of our best looking storms of the day came from Tennessee today. Nowhere near the enhanced risk. That's Tennessee for you.
So, what do you guys want to do?
That is Tennessee for you. Did you hear about the new update from Radar Omega? Yes. Yeah, I heard about that. Man, there's so many radar apps out there now, and there's so many good ones. It is a good time to be a consumer in the weather industry. There's so much competition out there, so many people trying to have the best this and that. If you're somebody who just loves weather and likes having a radar app and a weather YouTuber and all this stuff, it's good for you. There's a lot of people who are doing it now, so it's awesome.
Now here he is, moist and bored. Rich, gotta watch the orange that might clip the East Coast or this and that, but there's been signals of something firing like the Caribbean, Yucatan area, and moving in the Gulf, so gotta keep an eye on that area.
Wish I saw some of the same passion for weather in the UK. I think a lot of the other countries, why they don't have as much like infrastructure and interest around the weather is because, I mean, the United States is a uniquely dangerous place to live because of the weather. You know, that's one of the reasons why. But the weather is really bad and interesting here on a level that is much different than any other country, really.
I'm hoping to chase Mississippi tomorrow. It's not looking promising enough at the moment. But we'll see what happens. So far, I think we're just going home. And things look dead. So far, anyway. For like, I mean, it'll change daily, but right now, the next few weeks are looking pretty.
Can you give an update on the storms for the rest of the night in Tennessee? So these storms over here are just going to continue to move east, and they're going to continue to weaken. The farther east they go, the weaker they're going to get. The biggest problem that we're going to have tonight in Tennessee and Kentucky is going to be with rain. We might have some flooding problems. There's a little bit of a thunder boomer trying to move its way into Clarksville. Do we have any Clarksvillians still here? I know Clarksville is a place where we got a lot of people that watch. We'll have to throw up a Clarksville camera. Yeah, you can kind of see that shelf cloud that we were watching come towards Dover earlier. That's approaching Clarksville. It's just going to be a gusty shower. It's nothing to be concerned about. But there is a chance that tomorrow we'll have some severe weather up here. But it doesn't look like it's going to be intense. The ceiling's definitely not as high as it was today for tomorrow. Is today cooking, or has it not started yet? Is it just frozen trash? I don't think today's cooking. I think today is not going to be a big day. And I'm hoping that it's not. Like, things could still change, but we're getting to the point to where we're almost past the window of peak activity. So I'm hoping that these storms continue to kind of congeal into a linear threat. And that means that we're still going to have damaging winds all night. We had a roof ripped off of a hospital earlier, so it's not like nothing happened today. But the tornado threat definitely has not performed. So hopefully that continues. But we've got some strong storms moving over towards Little Rock tonight, so it's not going to be a dead night, I would say, for the weather. It's definitely going to continue to be somewhat active. Yeah, I know we got a lot of people watching in Russellville asking about the weather. You've got a storm coming through, but it's not even severe warned. It's not special weather statemented, and it's not even y'all watched. And what that means is that it's probably just going to be your average garden variety storm as it comes through. Unlike this considerable severe thunderstorm that's happening over here in Donna, Ana, and Sierra counties in New Mexico with 70-mile-per-hour winds coming off of Interstate 25. So get ready if you're out there in that area. We also have golf ball size hail falling south of Kingston, Oklahoma right now in Bryan and Marshall counties. Can I get a shout out? Yeah, Greg, shout out to you. Yeah, we're continuing to watch this storm south of Fort Smith as it goes over towards Huntington. Get ready for those 60-mile-per-hour winds. Alex says, "Oh, to be a weather lover, doomed to both want and not want super extreme weather." Yeah, that's a common, dichotomy that people who are fans of weather often deal with. I used to be like the biggest fan of weather. James Spann tells a similar story to this, but I used to like constantly root them on. Like if there was a chance of tornadoes, I was like, I hope that there's a bunch of tornadoes because I love tornadoes. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about when I was younger. But like I think since doing this, and especially after visiting like Rolling Fork, Mayfield, and stuff after like big tornadoes and stuff, I find myself doing that less because it is really bad. You know, it's really bad. I still like it whenever there's tornadoes in fields that don't hurt anybody, that don't hit anywhere. That's still really fun. We've had a couple of those this year that have been fun to stream. But yeah, I get where you're coming from 100%. Weather's interesting, right? And the more extreme it is, usually the more interesting it is. Look at this shelfie. Big time shelf cloud from Angie. Thanks, Angie, for sending that in. Yeah, I think that's why in this day and age, my favorite kind of storm to track is a winter storm, because snowstorms can be dangerous. Don't get me wrong, but you can have a pretty intense snowstorm without it being too dangerous. And I can still I still geek out a lot over intense snowstorms, and I love it whenever it comes a good blizzard, especially in a place where it doesn't happen very often. Like here in Kentucky, Tennessee, man, the next time we get a classic 1990s snowstorm, that's going to be plumb wild. New severe thunderstorm warning here for Bryan and Marshall counties in Oklahoma. Lemon-sized hail coming into Kingston and Durant. We got 40,000 people in the path of this one. That is a nasty storm. New severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas for Logan and Scott counties for Waldron and Magazine. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
They would be perfect. Just 15 more miles to the north, I think it'd be perfect. Tornado watch just got issued.
Oh, there you go.
My food's on the way.
The sun is out. Skies are clear here. And
Yeah, somebody wants me to check back in on Tennessee. The severe thunderstorm warning over here has been allowed to expire, so we no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning, but we still have a very strong storm, I would say. And I still want to track these via cameras if I can. The one, yeah, Hohenwald, we're not going to see much from Hohenwald anymore. Let's see here. What's next in line?
hey, good luck, guys.
Mount Pleasant here.
See you. Alright, I think we are live. Look at that. It's moving east.
Hold on, I'm just
now. It's moving due. I think we should try to go on this road.
putting everything together. Yeah, so the storm is no longer severe warned. It's still rotating a little bit, but it's not anything to be concerned about. Same thing for the storm that's approaching Clarksville. You guys are going to see that coming in, and it's going to look, it's probably going to look somewhat nasty. This is what it looks like in Clarksville right now.
I think we'll be okay.
As that gets closer, that shelf cloud's probably going to look a little more intense than what it actually is.
Honestly, I think we'll be alright. Chat, I think you guys can hear
But yeah, these storms are going to be of the garden variety for the most part in Tennessee tonight. A little bit of a stronger storm up here north of Little Rock coming into Conway, but look at the continuation here. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's expiring in 8 minutes. The new warning that they've issued out in front of it is a special weather statement. So that means that they expect that that's going to weaken a little bit more on its approach to Conway. But there's a storm coming towards Conway. And then the one coming out of Fort Smith here is coming into Boonville now with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And remember, in Fort Smith, we've got secondary storms forming behind that initial line that are coming through here soon. So Fort Smith, we're not done yet. We've got several new storms forming right here, coming right towards Fort Smith. So get ready in Fort Smith for more rounds of heavy rain and hail. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with this first round that's coming into Muldrow right now.
Oh yes, we're good. Okay, woo! Alright guys. Welcome into the stream. Hope you guys are happy.
How's Tulsa doing? Tulsa's doing just fine. Everything's pretty much past Tulsa at this point.
So great to see you so long.
Nothing going on around Tulsa. We had some storms earlier, but they moved off to the east.
Tony, Jim, Jesse, Kay, Roxanne, Brittany, Jan.
Would you ever consider doing a live speaking tour? Maybe. I did a small version of that this year. I spoke at some high school graduations and
Allie, great to see
some fun stuff around here locally. And
you. We are not that far from
but yeah, like a lot of times I wouldn't have time for that because whenever the weather is busy, which is most of the time, a lot of times I'm sitting right here in this chair most every day. So we've had a crazy break over the past 2 months, which has been weird. It's definitely been the biggest break we've had since I started this channel. But it's been nice.
It's good. It's good news, yeah.
Yeah, so the storms that are coming into Fort Smith are likely going to be less intense than the ones, the initial one that you had, but I don't want to speak too soon there. It could continue to intensify. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Corey Gherkin's going to be in town, so we'll be able to watch it from his point of view.
Most of the morning into the early afternoon, and now it's finally clearing out. That smell is finally because the air is pumping. Chat, yeah, no. Well, I'll just let you guys figure.
Is Rogers done for the night? There's probably going to be a couple more rain showers that come through, but the vast majority of the severe weather threat is over for Rogers. Yes.
Yeah, that's the anvil you guys are looking at. It's the Tahlequah supercell. Chase near Tahlequah. It's not a very fun area to chase. Not a very fun area to chase in, no. But if you do get a tornado, it's satisfying because it's tough to find one through the trees and the hills. So, yeah.
All right, give me just a second. I'm going to let Y'allbot yap for just a minute. As I try to fix something again. Go ahead, Y'allbot.
Hold on to your radar, Ryan. The chat is getting restless. The good people of Springfield, Missouri, and Hopkinsville, Kentucky, are practically begging for an update. And multiple viewers are pointing to a storm with a ton of rotation north of Conway, Arkansas. Also, someone just misheard a severe warning for lemming-size hail, so you might want to look out for that.
Misheard? No, that was real. We had a warning for lemon-sized hail, did we not? Okay, we got a super chat from my wife, Stephanie. Stephanie in the chat. Echo, my son Echo says, "Punch the storm, Daddy. Punch the storm, Daddy. Otto misses you so much he's crying. Milo is super chill. I miss you too, and I would be crying if it was acceptable. We love you to the moon and back." Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you, Steph. And good night, Echo. I will punch the storm. I'm going to punch the storm. Just as soon as I can here. Y'allbot's going to help me. We're going to punch the storm, and I'll be home soon. And Otto, I'll be home soon. Steph sent that a while ago, apparently. She's like, I wasn't ignoring it. I just didn't see it until just now. Hey, Dave Sandlin, thank you so much for that. Dave, thank you. Good night. Love you, Echo. Oh, okay. I see. You misheard lemon. I see. Okay, I see. Hopkinsville. There's some people freaking out about Hopkinsville. There's a rain shower. There is a literal rain shower going through Hopkinsville right now. Man, I don't have a camera. I do, but it's down. Yeah, the storm, the rain shower that's going through Hopkinsville is nothing to worry about. Clarksville, a similar thing's getting ready to go through your neck of the woods. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about there. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in Craighead, Crittenden, Mississippi, and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. This is an interesting development here. We've got some stronger winds coming into Truman now. So get ready for that out here. This one we might be able to see somewhat. Yeah, you can see a little bit here on this camera in Truman. We got a wall of wind and rain coming in to Truman, Arkansas. So this is what it looks like on I-555 in Truman, and then just up the road in Bay, this is what it looks like. So we're going to go from this to this very quickly. Get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds as the storm comes in. Yeah, that's going to go down towards Marked Tree. And places like Terrell. You guys are all in the path here. Oh, okay. I figured out. I think I figured out the problem with our back end site. So I might have to fix that real quick. A guy makes content, says, been here since December 15th, 2021. You started my passion for weather. I can't thank you enough. I'll support you till the end. From Northeast Illinois. A guy makes content. Thank you for your support. And I'm glad that I could inspire an interest in weather because, man, is this not interesting? Is it not, this not a fun interest to have? Lord goodness. All right, my food's here. So what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm going to try. Let me see if this works still. Gosh, it's been so long since I've been live. I literally forgot how to do this. If I'm not mistaken, the Y'allbot stream should appear here, but it's not happening. Hold on. Give me just a second. I got to take care of some stuff. It's going to take me like 5 minutes, but I don't want to just leave you here in silence. What's the name of that site? So give me just a moment. We'll get this set up, and then I'll be back and settled in here. Pull. Get RTMP. Pull. Okay. Okay. All right. Now, what I'll do is I'll turn the volume up.
Per hour. This storm is packing 2-inch
Can you guys
hail
hear
and
Y'allbot?
60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The radar indicates considerable damage threat from this storm. If you're in the path, expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and wind damage to roofs,
All right,
siding,
give me
and
like 5
trees.
minutes. I'll be right back.
Locations impacted include Durant, Kingston, Colbert, and eastern Lake Texoma. This warning affects approximately 38,612 people. You need to seek shelter now, inside a sturdy structure, and stay away from windows. If you're on or near Lake Texoma, get away from the water and move indoors or inside a vehicle. We have about 48 minutes left on this warning. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning issued by the National Weather Service in Memphis, Tennessee. This warning is in effect for south central Craighead County, Poinsett County, southwestern Mississippi County, and northwestern Crittenden County, all in eastern Arkansas. This warning continues until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:57 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Greenfield, or about 7 miles northeast of Harrisburg, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. This storm is bringing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and radar indicates the potential for damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Affected locations include Jonesboro, Truman, Marked Tree, and Harrisburg. Interstate 55 in Arkansas, between mile markers 19 and 45, is also included in this warning. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding, so please do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. This warning has approximately 43 minutes remaining. All right, y'all, let's check back in on that mesoscale precipitation discussion, number 1126. It's been active for a little while now, highlighting that flash flood threat for eastern Oklahoma, across Arkansas, and into the Mississippi Valley. And listen, the threat is becoming reality. We're seeing multiple flash flood warnings pop up right inside that area as storms continue to train over the same ground. A weather prediction center is still calling for 1 to 3 inches of rain per hour in the worst spots. This discussion is active for several more hours, so don't you dare let your guard down. Hopping over to another camera in Marked Tree, Arkansas, where a severe thunderstorm warning is active nearby. Checking back in with storm chaser Corey Gherkin in Fort Smith. The rain is really coming down now, making for some very wet roads and low visibility, with that severe thunderstorm warning still active nearby. Jumping to our next camera in Poinsett County, Arkansas. There is a severe thunderstorm warning right near this location. All right, real quick, let's check on that tornado watch for northwest and north central Arkansas. It continues until 10 p.m. CDT. Remember to seek shelter immediately if a warning is issued for your area. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Bryan County and southeastern Marshall County in Oklahoma. This warning remains in effect until 7:30 p.m. CDT. At 6:47 p.m. CDT, radar indicated a severe thunderstorm over southeastern Lake Texoma, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This storm is packing 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's large hail, folks, so expect damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and prepare for wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Durant, Kingston, Colbert, Silo, Meade, Cartwright, Little City, Woodville, Eastern Lake Texoma, Calera, and McBride. This warning is in effect for another 24 minutes, expiring at 7:30 p.m. CDT. If you're in these areas, seek shelter now inside a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. If you're on or near Lake Texoma, get away from the water and move indoors or inside a vehicle. Remember, lightning can strike up to 15 miles from the parent thunderstorm. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Logan County and northern Scott County in western Arkansas. This warning remains in effect until 7:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:49 p.m. CDT, radar indicated a severe thunderstorm located over Mansfield, which is about 14 miles northwest of Waldron. This storm is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour, bringing with it 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Boonville, Waldron, Mansfield, and Magazine. This warning affects approximately 14,794 people. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch also remains in effect for western Arkansas until 10 p.m. CDT. Just in from the National Weather Service, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for northern Wise County and east central Jack County in north central Texas. This warning is in effect until 8 p.m. CDT. At 7:07 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Bridgeport, moving east at 30 miles per hour, bringing hazards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Expect hail damage to vehicles and wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This storm will be near Lake Bridgeport around 7:10 p.m. CDT, Bridgeport and Chico around 7:15 p.m. CDT, and Decatur around 7:40 p.m. CDT. All right, y'all, let's check back in on that mesoscale precipitation discussion, number 1126, which has been active for a little under half an hour. This covers eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and into the Mississippi Valley. And honey, the flash flood threat it warned about is absolutely happening. We're seeing multiple flash flood warnings active right now as training storms continue to dump 1 to 3 inches of rain per hour. This discussion is valid for several more hours, so the threat is far from over. Stay aware. Breaking news, folks. We've just received a new severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service, separate from our previous alert. This warning is in effect until 8:15 p.m. CDT tonight. A severe thunderstorm, located 3 miles west of Tamaha, is moving east at 35 miles per hour. This storm is packing ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Expect potential injuries to people and animals outdoors, along with hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This warning impacts northeastern Haskell County, Sequoia County, southeastern Adair County, northeastern LaFleur County, and east-central Muskogee County, all in Oklahoma. Locations in the path include Conemaugh, Sallisaw, Vian, Marble City, and Fort Smith. Remember, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. All right, real quick, let's check on that severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Haskell, Sequoia, southeastern Adair, northeastern LaFleur, and east-central Muskogee counties. It's active until 8:15 p.m. CDT. Expect ping-pong ball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Please seek shelter indoors. All right, y'all, let's check back in on that mesoscale discussion, number 2125, which has been active for about 90 minutes now over west central Arkansas and southeastern Oklahoma. And honey, it has been verifying. We've already had reports of a hospital roof torn off in Sallisaw, and multiple severe thunderstorm warnings are still popping. The big dog right now is a nasty supercell near Durant, Oklahoma, trying to drop 2-inch hail. This discussion is set to expire in about 20 minutes, but that does not mean the threat is over. The individual storms are still dangerous, so stay alert. All right, y'all, just checking back in on that mesoscale precipitation discussion, number 1126. The WPC issued this about half an hour ago for eastern Oklahoma, on into Arkansas and the Mississippi Valley. And let me tell you, it is active. We've got training storms causing all sorts of trouble, with flash flood warnings confirming that heavy rain threat. This discussion is valid for the next few hours, so the flood risk is definitely not over yet. Stay smart out there. Breaking news, folks. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued by the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma, effective until 8 p.m. CDT. This warning covers southeastern Johnston County, northwestern Bryan County, northeastern Marshall County, and southwestern Atoka County, all in southeastern Oklahoma. Radar indicates a cluster of severe thunderstorms capable of producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Expect damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, and people and animals outdoors could be injured. Key locations impacted include Durant, Caddo, Bachito, and Bennington. Remember to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building for your safety. Breaking news. Just in from the National Weather Service, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for southwestern Scott County and north-central Polk County in western Arkansas. This warning is in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. CDT. At 7:12 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located over Morgan Springs, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour, bringing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Key locations impacted include Waldron, Beauchamp, and Queen Wilhelmina State Park. Remember, a tornado watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. CDT for western Arkansas. All right, still in Poinsett County, we're now looking at a camera and marked tree. A severe thunderstorm warning is nearby, with the potential for damage to roofs, siding, and trees. All right, so we're still tracking that tornado watch for portions of northwest into north-central Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. This watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time tonight. Primary threats include a few tornadoes, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible, along with scattered damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour and large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This watch affects approximately 1.1 million people. Remember, a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Please stay vigilant and have a plan in place. All right, so we're still tracking that severe thunderstorm warning, in effect until 8 p.m. CDT tonight. This warning impacts southeastern Johnston County, northwestern Bryan County, northeastern Marshall County, and southwestern Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma. At 7:11 p.m. CDT, a cluster of severe thunderstorms was located along a line extending from near Lake Texoma to near Armstrong to 4 miles north of Bookcheto, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. These storms are packing golf ball-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This means people and animals outdoors could be injured, and you can expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles, along with wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
That was a little bit longer than what I expected. But I tried. Okay. I tried to fix our problem with our back end, and I just needed more time. So we'll fix it, and we'll have it ready to go for the next stream. Just to update you on a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings here. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Atoka, Bryan, and Johnston counties. That's bringing golf ball size hail right up into Caddo and Bookcheto. So get ready for that. Also in Oklahoma, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sallisaw. And that storm that we were talking about earlier, the secondary storm is just now coming into Fort Smith. So make sure you guys are ready for another round of heavy rain and lightning and wind and the whole nine. And, you know, this is not even going to be the final one. I think there's even more severe weather that's going to be possible as there is another round that's coming. So another storm is getting ready to come up through Sallisaw right now. So we've got all kinds of crazy stuff going on out there. Let's clear all of our camera slots here. Let's fill them. Okay. Okay, so yeah, once again, we've got a strong storm coming back into Fort Smith. Back into Fort Smith. I don't know how many of these we're going to have tonight, but yet another storm is pouring in right now. Do we still have anybody watching in Fort Smith? Oh, we got a decent storm over here next to Texas too, north and west of Dallas. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur. 33,000 people are getting in line for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Polk and Scott counties in Arkansas. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, most of this stuff is really chilling. Like, it's really calming down. Like, we're seeing less warnings. This line right here that's approaching the Tennessee-Arkansas border does look like it's continuing to pack a little bit of a punch. That's actually what we're seeing here. This is our camera above my head. This is a live look at areas just south of Truman, Arkansas. This is the storm that's coming towards generally Memphis and Millington and Tennessee. So y'all get ready for that. Big time storm coming in. Yeah, so you guys did crash the site. There were so many submissions coming in that, oh, there's still a big BRB over me, isn't there? There's so many submissions coming in that it broke our site, and it would take me like 15 minutes to fix. So I'm just going to fix it to where it won't break again, and we'll have that for the rest of the live streams. And honestly, like, that's super useful. It's been awesome not having to browse Twitter to find this stuff and risk showing something terrible, because Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, the moderation on there is terrible. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally seen something that, like, you definitely shouldn't show on a live stream. So it's my goal to avoid looking at Twitter as much as possible, especially on the live stream. Yeah, there's another round coming into Fort Smith. Our strongest storm right now, though, is in Oklahoma. This stuff down here is really lighting up the radar around Durant and Caddo, south of Atoka. Atoka, Bryan, and Johnson counties and Marshall County, Oklahoma. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 38 more minutes. And we're talking about golf ball size hail. This is by far the strongest storm that we have right now. Looks plumb wild on radar. Oh, okay, Frank, Jared, refresh it now. We're back in business. We're back in business. I did fix it. It just took a minute for the fix to appear. There we go. All right, approve some of these so I can show some pictures. People have been sending them in. Y'all bot has been working its butt off. Oh, man, there's some good ones in there, too. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, I think that we're getting close to being past the, the biggest part of this event, but we're not, like, it's not over yet. And, we're not going to stay on the air all night or anything like that. But even long after we go off the air, into the early morning hours tomorrow, there's going to continue to be storms. So don't let your guard down just because the big tornado threat might be lowering a little bit. It doesn't mean that we're not going to have any problems tonight. As always, flash flooding is likely going to be a sneaky one tonight, but severe weather is going to continue to be a problem. I do see Fort Smith likely being in the crosshairs for a pretty significant flash flood situation here, especially if storms keep popping up back here and training over Fort Smith. So that's something that we got to keep in mind. If we get rain coming over Fort Smith over and over again, it's going to be tough. We've already got flooding going on. Check this out. Here is a photo from Silas in Hector, Arkansas. So this earlier we were hooting and hollering about how big of a storm that was coming into Hector, and Silas was here trying to show us what it looked like, but our site was down. But here it is. Silas, thank you so much for sending that in. Here is a video from Robbie of the Delaware County, Oklahoma area. Robbie, thanks for the light show, Robbie. Another video, this one's from Hector, Arkansas as well. Man, we had the whole town of Hector helping us out here. And we just didn't know. Dang, that's a nice looking shelf cloud that we had there. Thankfully, I don't think we heard too many reports from Hector as far as like damage goes. So hopefully it wasn't that bad of a storm, but it definitely looked pretty intense on radar. Here's another view from Kilber, Arkansas. This is from Ryan. I think this is one of them that I showed on Twitter. There's the kind of storms that we saw today in Ohio. And there is that big shelf cloud that we watched come in on the tower camera in Dover. So there's a lot of submissions here. Thank you guys for sending this stuff in. Next time we won't go down, and we'll be able to show this stuff continuously during the live stream. Here's another one from Pennsylvania, Sawyer. Thanks for sending that in. This one's from Cody in Lavaca, Arkansas, of that shelf cloud. And then really nice up close view of some swirling clouds there in Van Buren earlier from Stacy Martin. Stacy, thanks for sending it. All right, yeah. So we're fixed. We're good to go. Double rainbow, Jeremy. You love to see it. You love to see it, Jeremy. Thanks for so much. Kirsten S. This is from Dover again. Yeah, tons of submissions. Thank you guys for sending that stuff in. If you're just now tuning in, if you ever want to send us something, do that over on ryanhallyall.com/submit. Now, here's the cool thing. Even if I'm not live, let's say that you see something cool and you want to share it with us, and I'm not live. Guess who is? Y'allbot, right? So if you send something to ryanhallyall.com/submit, Y'allbot will show it on the air. So at any time, as long as it's relevant, like it looks at the picture and it's like, like we should or shouldn't post this, or like, that's just a puddle. Like we've got flash flooding going on and this person sent a picture of a puddle. We might not show it. It actually is going to critique your photo internally. But it will show it. So yeah, here's that storm coming down towards the Arkansas. Tennessee border. And it's pretty intense storm out there. You can see lots of lightning, that's for sure. Especially around the marked tree area. This is what it looks like out there in Poinsett County, Arkansas. Are my puddles irrelevant? Listen, that's not up to me to decide. That's all Y'allbot. I personally would welcome everyone's puddles. I would show every photo from everybody, but of course, we have to listen to the boss, right? Atoka and Cole counties in Oklahoma now under a severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail. Oh, look, we asked if anybody was in New Mexico, and Randall was in New Mexico and was sending us some photos of these severe storms that we're tracking. Randall, thank you so much for sending that in. Some of these don't work. I don't know why. Here's a nice, scary looking cloud from Sallisaw, Oklahoma earlier. Jessica, thanks for sending that in. This is something that you can post on Facebook, and everybody in town will think that was a tornado. And hey, listen. The damage that we saw from Sallisaw earlier looked like a tornado a little bit, so I don't want to sit here and say that it's definitely not. But 9 times out of 10, what you're looking at here is scud. You might be looking at a shelf cloud, and you can't see the bottom of it behind that little hill there. But also, hey, listen, it looked like tornado damage earlier in Sallisaw, so you might have a good photo of that here. Robbie Pruitt, oh, daggone it. Now we got a new problem I got to fix. Some of these don't even load on my end. All right, we're going to get through this together, y'all. Ryan, you got a ton of people asking about Conway, Arkansas. I know we got a lot of people in Conway that are watching. There's a little storm that's going by to the north. It's not severe. Okay, the reason why we haven't been talking about it too much is simply because there's nothing like there's not a lot that I can say about it. There is a storm that's going to graze to the north of Conway. Now, there is going to be another chance for maybe some stronger storms to hit a little bit later. They're going through Russellville right now, but even those are not severe at the moment. So the main thing that we're going to be worried about in Conway is going to be persistent heavy rainfall leading to flash flooding tonight, I think. The severe weather threat is going down in Conway. But you can see the lightning there. You can probably hear the thunder. I understand why people are inquiring from Conway. It is plumb wild out there in Poinsett County, Arkansas right now. Yeah, I understand we have a couple people in Russellville that are watching as well. It's a similar situation over there where we definitely got a storm. It's just below severe limits. There's not a severe thunderstorm warning or anything. This is what it looks like in Pottsville, right next to Russellville right now. Nothing too intense going on. The strongest storms in Arkansas right now are going to be the ones on the sides. So over here in the east, moving out of Truman towards Terrell, we've got a severe thunderstorm. Oops, let me pull that up for you. We got a severe thunderstorm barreling down on Interstate 55 right next to Tennessee. That's going to be an intense storm. And then the one back here that's coming towards Fort Smith is also looking quite intense. So Fort Smith and Terrell, you guys are the focal point, I guess you could say, for the weather right now in Arkansas. Everything in between, in the middle here, is below severe limits for the most part. The strongest storm on the entire board, however, is going to be the one over here in Atoka, bringing golf ball size hail. Yeah, and unfortunately, we don't have the same kind of camera setup in Oklahoma either. It is quite unfortunate. We got the daggone setup in Arkansas, though, man. If you want to see some storms, Arkansas traffic cameras usually won't let you down. If you're just now tuning in, we are tracking a pretty strong storm over here in northeast Arkansas, moving down towards Terrell and Wilson. This might make it towards Memphis, so we'll stay on the air a little while longer to track it down there. The overall severe weather threat has died down a little bit, but we definitely do have strong storms still ongoing, and we're going to cover them for a little while longer here. We've been live for 4 hours. It's September 23rd. 2025. It's our first stream we've done in a while. So I appreciate y'all tuning in and remembering that we're here. My daughter is a huge fan and a bigger weather nut. Her birthday's the 29th. Can you wish her a happy birthday? Yeah, Tom Henry's daughter. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, Tom. Natasha, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Yeah, today is probably, so like don't get me wrong, we've had a lot of storms, but at the end of the day, we haven't had that many reports. We had the damage out of Salisal. Today's going to go down as one of the bigger nothing burgers that we've went live for. This is an all-timer, I think. This is one of the ones of all time. And I'm so happy about it. I hope we go live for more nothing burgers. My goal is to become a variety streamer. Hopefully the weather gets so boring that we just end up playing video games at some point. Ryan Hall Gaming Channel. That's what's going to have to come, and we're not going to get tornadoes. Have been extinct. We might just have to play one of those tornado chasing games. GTA 5, maybe they'll have really good, or GTA 6, maybe they'll have really good like simulated weather on there. Oh, we got another severe thunderstorm warning. This one goes into Tennessee. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Mississippi County, Poinsett County is in Arkansas, and then Lauderdale, Shelby, and Tipton counties in Tennessee. So yeah, our two biggest warnings right now, our most impactful warnings, I should say, are still in Oklahoma down here between Durant, Caddo, and Atoka. Those storms are just going to kind of hang out down here for the next 30 minutes or so and then move towards Antlers and Hugo, Soper, and places like that in Oklahoma. I love I can check the weather intensity score on your website now. Oh yeah, it's awesome. I like obviously the weather intensity score it means a lot to me. So I'm literally checking it every day, like 100 times a day. But it's interesting to look at. Like you can just glance at it and it's like, oh wow, why is it 30? And then go check the WeatherWise app, and you always know that the temperature of the intensity of the weather across the country. Yeah, the storm that is coming out of Arkansas and going into Tennessee is mostly a wind bag. We're talking about damaging winds, small hail, very little tornado chance with that. Also, this severe thunderstorm warning over here in New Mexico is about to expire. And yeah, Fort Smith is under a flash flood warning right now. Mason says, Ryan, I'm going to pursue storm chasing and meteorology because of you. I found my dream career through your streams, and I guess my huge passion for weather. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I think that if you are a youngin and you're into weather, I think that this, like what I'm doing, is like an actual career path. We've seen that other, like there's people there in the future, there's going to be multiple people that do this, right? And I hope that one day, like there's somebody that does this and like they only do it for Oklahoma. And maybe somebody else does it for just Kansas. And maybe even one day it's down to the county. All right. Every county has their own guy, you know what I mean? That has all these tools and goes live and whenever there's stuff that's going on. I don't know how that's going to work, but I imagine that that's the future. And that means that there's a lot of opportunity there. If you're young and you want to be in the weather industry, this is something that you can do. Yeah, there's nothing really to look at in Tennessee other than the storm that's coming out of Arkansas and going into Tennessee, the one that we've been covering here. Our top warning right now continues to be this storm down here between Durant and Caddo, bringing 1.75-inch hail for a population of about 36,000 people there. Hey, yo. Hold on. I'm watching Y'allbot stream in the background. And it just picked a camera. I don't know what are we looking at here? Are those rain bands being illuminated by the city? Is that what we're seeing there? That is. Those are like rain bands being illuminated by the city of Memphis, moving in front of this camera. Amazing to see. Y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh no, it's happening. AI is taking my job. I just used Y'allbot as a cheat sheet to make my stream better. That's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. I used to have the edge, y'all. She's going to take over. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so this is down here in Millington, Tennessee. The main storm is still pretty far away, but it's coming in. It'll hit Terrell and Wilson first. This is what it looks like closer to Terrell. You can see the lightning in the distance there. And yeah, this will be a strong storm. It's got 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even some quarter-size hail with that. Little Rock, you guys are missing the action for the most part right now. There's a little storm that just skirted past Conway, and it looks like it's trying to convect some more down here, so we'll see what happens with that, but probably just some gusty winds getting ready to come through. Fort Smith, your next storm, I should say, is continuing to look impressive on radar. So get ready. More rain is on the way for Fort Smith and areas around Fort Smith. Still the most impressive storm, though, is down here in Oklahoma, of course. Atoka. Good news in Atoka. Well, no, I don't want to say good news because we actually got more back-building storms here. We probably got 30 more minutes of this in Atoka, y'all. Sorry, I was going to say it's over soon, but it's not. Oops. Here's a photo from earlier from Ashland. This is down there in Farmington in Washington County, Arkansas. Big, nice, dark cloud coming in. And then here's some of that heavy rain in Ridgecrest, California from Adrian. Thank you so much for sending this in from California. My dog watches Y'all Bot during the workday. That's awesome. I think that, I think there's probably at least about 400 of you that leave Y'all Bot on 24/7. Because there's always at least 400 viewers. Even if there's nothing going on, even if the stream goes down for whatever reason, and we have to turn it back on, we immediately hit 400 viewers. So there's 400 people out there that leave Y'allbot on 24/7. When stuff starts picking up, that'll spike up. There's, sometimes there's been thousands of people watching Y'allbot. But I get it. It's a cool thing to just leave on the screen. Yeah, I don't know if they'll actually continue that severe thunderstorm warning into Fort Smith. The convective part of that storm looks like it's dying down a little bit, but there's more back building precipitation behind it. So the threat is definitely more so leaning towards the flash flood side more than the severe side right now in Fort Smith. Y'allbot's a very useful tool. Yeah. And I have the same kind of vision, I guess you could say, for Y'allbot. Like, hopefully one day we can make a version of Y'allbot that's just for Tennessee, right? Because I know that, like, not all of us are such weather nerds that we want to know what's happening with the weather everywhere all the time, right? Like me personally, I think it's super cool that I can tune into Y'allbot and just see that there's a severe thunderstorm in California. Even though I don't know anybody there, I don't live there. It doesn't affect me. Like, that's cool to me. But I can imagine, like, if you are tuning in from New Hampshire and Y'allbot's talking about California, you're like, why do I care about this? So maybe one day we can make multiple versions of Y'allbot, and you can kind of tune into your own local version. But the goal right now is just to perfect the national one, and then maybe once we've got that down, we'll split it up. That's pretty much like what I do now, by the way, guys. When I'm not, like, I've got 3 kids, right? And I'm a pretty busy guy. We do videos almost every day. When it's busy, we go live a lot. But in almost every moment of my downtime, I'm working on Y'allbot. That's like, here recently where we've not had many live streams to do, it's been like 80% of my job is working on building Y'allbot. And I've been having a blast, man. I'm so, it's honestly, it's been a passion project. Still got 10,000 people in that warning in Atoka, Oklahoma. I bet we're going to get a new polygon here for that part of the storm that's bubbling up south of Wapanucka. That's kind of like a new convective burst that probably deserves its own severe thunderstorm warning. In Fort Smith, that next round is going to come in waves. None of them are going to be as heavy or as intense of a wave as what you've already had, so you might not even notice. So really, it's already starting in Fort Smith, the next part, and it'll kind of flutter on for the rest of the night. The strongest storm in Arkansas that we have right now is definitely this one, the one that's about to cross the Mississippi River into Tennessee. Moving towards Millington, y'all get ready for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's crossing over Interstate 55 right now. And Walmart is using your program. Yeah. And when I was making Y'allbot, I didn't even think about that. You know what I mean? That we were actually really surprised to hear that the Walmart HQ uses YAWLBOT, and not just like because, oh, it's cool, we like to have it on. They use it. Like, it's actually very useful for them. And I just think that's cool that that's kind of just accidentally happened. Daggone Walmart. Maybe we ought to make them a version of their own, a WALBOT. Give YAWLBOT a brother or a sister or whatever. All right, this is what it looks like on the Interstate 55. Right there where this severe thunderstorm has just now crossed over the road near Marie in Mississippi County, Arkansas. My goodness. I'd hate to be driving in this. And yeah, YAWLBOT is not replacing me. Every time I talk about YAWLBOT, everybody's like, I get a lot of comments of people being like, "Oh my gosh, but we like you." It's like, yeah, like I can't be live 24/7. I have 3 kids. I have, you know, I have to like, take walks and, go outside from time to time. Not very often. So it doesn't make sense at all for me to do what YAWLBOT's doing. I'm building YAWLBOT to fill the gaps when I'm not there or when I can't be there, right? And I'm doing it in a way that is like really fun to me. It's not work. Like if somebody out there wants to try to build their own version of YAWLBOT, you better like really, really love the whole process, because it's probably the most infuriating and boring thing you could possibly imagine if you're not like really, really interested in it. So no matter how big YAWLBOT gets, no matter how many versions of YAWLBOT there are, no matter how good YAWLBOT is, I'm still going to go live. There might be a day, though, where people actually prefer to watch YAWLBOT. There might be a day where I'm sitting here with, it's just us. If you're still watching this, at this point with the whiz below 60, if you're one of the 12 to 13,000 people that are here right now, you're a fan. Okay. It's just going to be us. There's going to be 100,000 people watching YAWLBOT one day during a tornado, but it'll still be us here watching this stream. But like, it doesn't matter to me. I'll still stream. But like only when I can, right? YAWLBOT's there always. All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for Cook, Denton, and Montague counties in Texas. This almost includes Gainesville again. We got another storm that's popped up out here east of Jacksboro. A little bit of a left split trying to happen right over Highway 81. That's going to bring 1-inch hail up to Gainesville. I-35 north of Denton. Once again, about to get hit. Oklahoma, we also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for McCurtain County, Oklahoma. Get ready out there in the Hanobia Creek Wildlife Management Area. 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Man, that storm that's coming into Tennessee is packing a daggone punch. Shiloh. The rain is plumb wild. Yeah. Ryan, are you any good at golf? Believe it or not, I actually played golf for the first time in my life this summer. And everybody that was with me said that I was really good, but I think they were just saying that. You know how you just sometimes you just say something to somebody because you either feel bad for them or maybe you just would like them to play golf with you more. I feel like that's what was going on there. New SPC Outlook just came out and they've dropped the enhanced risk. So once again, things are calming down for the most part tonight. There is going to continue to be severe weather. Do not get it twisted. Things are calming down, but they are not going to be calm. There's going to continue to be severe weather tonight. Do not let your guard down. Especially for this line of storms that's going into Tennessee. I don't know how long this will last, but you know, it's kind of pointed at our friends in Bolivar, Collierville, Corinth, in that area. I know we got a lot of people that watch the stream down there. The tornado threat's going to be very low tonight down there, so don't worry too much about that. But damaging winds and hail, that's definitely a thing that we could be talking about. TNN, yes, that's our next big video that we're going to do. We did a winter forecast. It's got 6 million views, and everybody loved it. So we're going to do a follow-up to that really soon. So get ready. It'd probably be like within a week. I'll daggone it. Y'allbot just showed the Millington camera again. It looks good. Guys, I'm just literally watching Y'allbot and just copying what Y'allbot's doing. That's literally what I'm doing right now. Hey, Vincent, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Yeah, this is a good view. You can kind of see the shelf coming in here and towards Millington. And what's interesting is I don't think what we're seeing there, the circular looking part of the storm, is a part of the actual, big shelf cloud that's coming in. That's the smaller storm that's formed out in front of it down here just north of Memphis. Guys, did we have even one tornado warning tonight? No, right? Not a single tornado warning. There were like a bunch of tornado warnings yesterday. There are sometimes tornado warnings just like every day randomly. But today, with a 10% hatched risk, we had no tornado warnings. Are you kidding? That's what I call plumb wild. Yeah, definitely a good thing, but surprising to say the least. Yeah, this will still be packing 60-mile-per-hour winds by the time it gets into Covington and Brighton. I don't think that the strongest part of the storm will hit Memphis. You guys will get a storm in Memphis tonight, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it'll be the same level of intensity as what's going through Wilson and Osceola right now. So, yeah. Yeah, we're probably going to have a video tomorrow. It might be delayed a little bit because I'm doing a thing at my son's school. I'm doing like a weather. I've never done this before, but I'm talking about the weather in front of a bunch of 4 and 5-year-olds. I'm nervous. They're gonna eat me alive, I think. But after I'm done with that, I'm going to make a video tomorrow, and it will probably be about the tropics mostly. That's going to be outside of the severe weather that we may have tomorrow as a result of the cold front that's coming through. The biggest topic is going to be the tropics. There's a pretty good chance that we'll actually have like legitimately something to track. Make sure to use big words like mesoscale convective system. Yeah, I was thinking I was going to keep it light. You know, we'll start off with mesoscale convective systems, and then we'll talk about correlation coefficient, right? Mid-level lapse rates, convective available potential energy. We'll probably start there, and we'll build on top of that. Northwest Arkansas for the rest of the night, your main concern is going to be rain. All right, so watch those training thunderstorms. If you are still having rain an hour from now in Northwest Arkansas and you live in a flood-prone area, you got to start being worried about flooding. What did you think about the tornado outbreak that happened in North Dakota earlier this month? That one was pretty crazy. That's one that I would have been live for, but for whatever reason, it wasn't a day that we needed to go live, right? Those tornadoes didn't hit anyone or anything, really. They were all out in the middle of nowhere. And personally, I think that those days are probably best reserved for our storm chasers, people like Brandon Kopic. Sometimes if I go live, that might mean that less people watch Brandon Kopic. And on a day where nobody really needs to know the details of the tornado warning because it's literally in the middle of nowhere, I kind of am happy to be like, okay, well, I'm just going to sit here and watch Brandon Kopic today. But I'm not saying that I would never go live for something like that. It's just something came up with the kids and it made sense to not be on standby. And we just missed it because it was not supposed to be a big day. Everybody was surprised by that. But yeah, Brandon got some crazy shots that day. And so did so many other people. I lost count of how many people were live up there. Ryan, did you help Y'allbot with her pronunciation of just in? I was wondering who was Justin from the National Weather Service. Nope. Y'allbot, I can't do anything. It's out of my hands. Y'allbot's a mind of its own. One of these days, I'll take you guys in the Y'allbot brain here in the room behind me, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It just keeps growing. There's so many computers in there, and the processing is just it's well beyond anything that any human can comprehend. You know what I'm saying? So if I tried to explain something to it, it would just laugh. What website do you use for the street cams? So if you're talking about traffic cameras, I don't use a website. I've created my own API essentially that accesses these traffic cameras. After talking to pretty much every DOT in the country, I've set this up. And it's another one of those things where it's just something that I've been able to do for myself. I don't have permission to like make a website for like people to go view traffic cameras, right? So, you can go to the iDriveArkansas.com to view these if you want to. I love the Halloween merch for Y'all Bot. Yeah, that is so cool. Let me see. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, shopryanhall.com. Kenzie's going to love that I'm talking about this right now. New for spooky season, Y'all Bot with a daggone pumpkin face and a witch hat. I mean, are you kidding me? Kenzie and Allie have been working hard on the website, and if you want a Y'all Bot photo or a t-shirt, there you go. And the cool thing too, just for fun, on the Y'all Bot channel for the entire month of October, this is what Y'all Bot's going to look like. It'll have the pumpkin head and the hat actually like on the channel all month. What do the rectangles on the map mean? So these are warnings. Once again, we'll do a little tutorial here on the WEATHERWISE app. If you guys have got the app on iOS or Android, or on following along on your computer on weatherwise.app, head on over there and make sure your warnings are turned on. Okay. And you can see here, you've got a list of warnings that you can go through. If you click the caution symbol, you can click on this one, for example, and it'll take you right to it. This is a warning. This polygon is a severe thunderstorm warning. And if you're inside of the polygon, that means that the warning affects you. If you're outside of it, it doesn't necessarily affect you. But you can click here and you can read more details about the warning. So there's 60-mile-per-hour winds, half-dollar size hail, radar indicated. Sometimes the source will be weather spotters observed or law enforcement reported or something like that. That just means that in this case, the way that we know that there's 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail is that a meteorologist has essentially guessed that that's about how much wind and hail we're going to have by looking at the radar. So sometimes if the source is actually from a report, that it means that there's a little bit more validity, I guess, to the warning. But a lot of times radar is good enough to determine the hail size and the wind as well. You can see locations included here and all that good stuff. And if you have WeatherWise Pro, you can view impacts, so you can see how many people are affected. You can see all the affected areas, how many homes are affected. Look at here, there's a cell phone tower in the path of this one, 5 public schools, 1 child care center, and all kinds of cool stuff. If there was an event on Ticketmaster, you would see that event listed here, as long as that venue was in the polygon there. So those rectangles are warnings. So yeah, these purple ones here are special weather statements. There is a special weather statement currently for areas south of Dardendale that's moving towards Little Rock. 40-mile-an-hour winds heading down right now. Ryan, my wife and I watch 55-year-olds every weekend at church. All I can say is bring backup. My backup is my 5-year-old son. So he's going to join. My backup is going to join the ops. So I'm nervous, guys. Keep me in your thoughts tomorrow morning around 9 a.m. as I am going over the intricacies of mid-level lapse rates and convective available potential energy with 5-year-olds. Hey Ryan, please shout out my brother. He loves your meteorology streams and wants to be a meteorologist when he grows up. His name is Morgan, and he would love it dearly. Shout out to Morgan. You're going to be a great meteorologist. Ooh, what's that, Jared? Yo, here's a camera in Memphis. Showing that storm as it comes in. That's a nice view from Radar Omega and the Cyclone Port Network. This is from the big stadium out there in Memphis. Clarksville, Tennessee, you guys are fine. There's going to be off and on rain all night, but the severe threat is going to be somewhat calm until tomorrow. Oh, by the way, on WeatherWise, we have models now, right? So you can go to WeatherWise. By the way, with the free version, and you can view models. You can view the future radar, the HRRR, right? And so, yeah, that's cool. So you can come here and you can see that we're going to have rain off and on all night. And then we might have some stronger storms tomorrow, but it's not looking like it's going to be that bad, to be honest. There's a chance that we have a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow in the Ohio Valley, but I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. Let me pull up the one with the timestamps. Let me reload this HRRR. How far are we into the hold on, give me just a second. So once again, you guys can look at the models on your own WeatherWise app. But this is what the radar could look like tomorrow. So here we are around noon. Yeah, it really doesn't look that bad. Like, we're going to have some storms popping up out here, but honestly, at this point, it looks like some of the stronger storms are going to be down here in East Texas. That's new. But look, around 4 p.m. during the heating of the day, we'll have a couple of cells popping up, probably around Memphis, Middle Tennessee, up into middle or southern and central Kentucky, but nothing organized and nothing quite as intense as what we were expecting today. I do think that we'll have some instances of flash flooding. There's going to be some places that get a lot of rain tomorrow, but as far as severe weather goes, things are not going to be that bad tomorrow. But we do have a... what's it called? A marginal risk of severe weather for tomorrow that could be upgraded to a slight risk. That would be the biggest upgrade that I see. Ryan, have you ever had to stop in the middle of a live stream to take shelter from a storm? No. But right after a live stream one time, we just about got hit by a tornado. There was a modulating rear flank downdraft. Essentially a tornado that hit probably just a couple miles north of my house. So we ended the stream. It was one of those days where there was a bunch of tornadoes and storms in West Kentucky. And then, as the storms move east, they always get weaker. And we had like a Boeing line segment moving towards eastern Kentucky. And it was pretty much over for the most part, right? So I ended the stream and I go home. Boom. Andy texted me. He said, "Y'all watch out." I was like, "What?" And that line there was an area of rotation that had formed in the line, which can always happen. And we ended up under a tornado warning. It was plumb wild, and there was like significant damage not too far from me. And it was right after a live stream. Yeah, I posted a picture of it. It was pretty crazy. Who wants Karen bot merch? Hopefully one day we have so many resources in it, and like we can just make a bunch of different versions of y'all bot, and you can have your state y'all bot, your county y'all bot, your national y'all bot, and you can even flip over to the Karen y'all bot if you want to. If you want to be told the weather by a Karen or whatever other kind of personality you can think of, you just hit a button. Imagine the 24/7 Karen y'all bot. It'd be awesome. Yeah, Andy said to me that night, "Y'all watch out. You're about to intercept on the golf cart." Because I leave from here. I'm not in my house right now. I'm close by, but I'm not in my house. Our studio where I do these live streams from, the Weather House, is a golf cart's ride away. And in the time that it took me to leave the Weather House and golf cart down to where I live, this tornado development happened. And Andy had to tell me that I was about to intercept it in the golf cart. What did you do? Well, I actually had to wake up our kids, and me and Steph and the kids took shelter for the first time. Like Echo's 4. I think he was 4 years old at the time, maybe upper threes. I honestly, I don't remember. But like it was his first time taking shelter for a tornado. We had to, Otto was a little baby, and it's pretty intense. It was a very loud storm, and thankfully we were fine. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was just one of those freak moments where, like literally, we were looking at this line of storms, and it was like, yeah, this has some potential to continue to be severe. But I'm going to go home before it hits. That way, I don't have to ride my golf cart in the rain. That was like the whole idea. It's like I'm gonna go home before the storm hits, so I don't have to ride the golf cart home in the rain. And then it just ingested some inflow, started spinning while I was on the golf cart, and actually produced pretty significant damage about a couple miles north of my house. New severe thunderstorm warning for Pittsburgh and Pushmataha County in Oklahoma. It's going to go on for 41 more minutes and impact the town of Clayton with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. They did just issue a big special weather statement for Memphis, so they're not going to do a severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee here, but we do have that special weather statement for Memphis. So get ready for 50-mile-per-hour winds out of this. That's likely what we're going to see. Thank you for all you do. I hope you have a lasting positive impression on the kids tomorrow. Who knows? They might grow up and do the weather because you're sharing. Yeah, that's the goal, right? That's the goal. Or they're going to be bored and they're going to beat me up. I don't know. There's so many variables when it comes to 5-year-olds. It's kind of overwhelming. Spring says, I'm planning on majoring in meteorology when I go to college. Any tips? Then becoming a storm chaser. I love your videos and streams. So fun to watch while I have my weather radio. Yeah, so my tip would be, go to college. If you go to college and actually get a degree in meteorology, you're going to have something that most storm chasers don't have. Most storm chasers don't have a degree in meteorology, and I think that would probably make you a better storm chaser. So go for it. That's my biggest tip. My 10-year-old says he is the next Ryan Hall. That's awesome. I hear about this all the time. That at some point in the next 10 years, we're going to have an explosion of YouTube live streaming weather people. Because I hear all the time that there's these young kids that are watching and that I love what like we're doing here and stuff, and they're coming. It's going to be great. Yeah, Reed Timmer is one of those rare chasers that has a meteorology degree. Brett Adair, I think, is another one. But, you don't have to have a meteorology degree to be a storm chaser. Brad Arnold, one of the better, people in meteorology that I know. He just has a gift. He just sniffs them. He can smell a tornado from 300 miles away. He didn't have to go to college for that. All right. So if you've got one of those gifts and you go to college, you're going to be on top of the world. Oh, look here. We got a severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri, of all places. This is north and east of Springfield. We got 24,000 people in the path of 60 mile per hour winds. It's coming down towards Interstate 44. So it'll expire in about an hour. That's Dallas, Greene, and Webster counties in Missouri. This is our top priority warning right now, as this is the highest population warning that we have. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. We still have a couple of warnings in Oklahoma. We got Pittsburgh and Pushmataha counties under a severe thunderstorm warning, McCurtain County as well. We are also still tracking this severe thunderstorm warning in Montgomery, Polk, and Scott and Yell counties in Arkansas. No other warnings in Arkansas, by the way. Little Rock is getting hit by some rain here, but nothing severe. Winnie, I think is how you guys say it. You guys just got a decent little storm that came through, but nothing severe. Nothing severe. Same thing for the stuff that's going through Middle Tennessee. Nothing severe. I bet, though, that there's some decent lightning. This is what it looks like out there in Hohenwald, Tennessee, as that next storm moves in. Yeah, there's a little bit of lightning with that. It's Win. Yeah, I remember now. It's not Winnie. The first time I said it, I think I said Winnie or Chris Hall. Yeah, Chris Hall came over at Zello and was like, he was in Winnie. And then I said I started calling it Winnie because I thought Chris knew that it was pronounced that way. And then everybody gave me a hard time. It's Win. I remember now. Yeah. George Harton, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, video tomorrow is going to be mostly about what's it called? The tropics. Yeah. Yeah. We likely are going to have Tropical Storm Umberto here soon. And we're then going to have another system form. We're currently calling it Invest 94L. That's going to be the one that might actually impact the United States. And we'll uncover more about that tomorrow. Todd, thanks for becoming a member. Nick says, hey, Ryan, you're awesome. Been watching for 3 years now. I've learned a lot about weather from you, and I'm traveling on I-30 to Little Rock to Dallas. Do you have what? Are you concerned about my drive? No, not really. I think that you'll probably be behind a lot of the more significant severe weather. You will drive through a lot of rain, so just be aware of that. But I think that you've missed the biggest window for severe weather, thankfully. Cody, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, I went out of my way to pronounce Umberto like that because in today's video, I literally said it like Humberto. So I'm trying to just balance it out a little bit, We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Erath County, Texas. This is moving down to Stevensville. Another 30,000 people in the path of 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Humberto. Yep. Oh, yeah, we got these two. If we do end up having a hurricane or something making landfall, we've got a ton of these cameras that'll just go for days. Look, there's no wires. You don't have to plug these up or nothing. You strap them to a tree, and they will live stream to me. We can watch them here in the WeatherWise app or on my stream for like 2 days during a hurricane. And hopefully they survive the landfall and we can go and retrieve them. Completely self-sufficient. So these should give us a good view of whatever sort of hurricane situation that we find ourselves in this year. Yeah, these are Pelican cases. Hazcams is helping us with this, as well as Hazcams. They depend on it's cellular. It's cellular, and there's some redundancy there, but it's mostly cellular. And yeah, they're going to have GPS in them and all that good stuff. If they keep making the Starlink receivers smaller and smaller, we'll be able to use that. Right now, that would take up too much room, and be too resource intensive. But one day there'll probably be a Starlink receiver the size of a credit card, and then that'll be the end of cellular networks probably. Just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. This is going to include Gainesville. Got 100,000 people in this one. Whitesboro, Sherman, Gainesville. This is out there in Cook and Grayson counties in Texas. We've got 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards the Piner Middle School, Wilson Jones Regional Medical Center, the All Saints Campsite, the Knollwood Village Mobile Home Park, the North Texas Regional Airport, and Hornet Stadium. Hornet Stadium, the outdoor venue, is in the path of this dangerous storm over the next 44 minutes. Excuse me, what? I would take pictures of the lightning, but there's too many trees at my house. That's all right. I'm glad we got our picture thing figured out. Hold on. Speaking of pictures, yeah, some of the videos, it's some of the videos that aren't going through to the green room thing. I don't know why. I'll have to fix that too. But here's a picture from Coryell County, Texas, from Ariel. There was a really cool video that somebody shared that didn't come through, but maybe next time. This is that Ridgecrest, California video again. Mariah from Stillwell, Oklahoma had a good video. Yeah, honestly, I'd say that the submissions and the pictures and everything went really well. For it to be our first day doing it. You think it's just, oh, I know, it's the video's too long, I think. I'll have to figure that out. All right, well, we're getting to the point of the stream now where we're just troubleshooting live on the air. So I think we're probably going to end it. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to continue to have storms tonight. Make sure you have a way of getting alerts. One of those ways could be YALLBOT. Frank, is the YALLBOT set up? Are we going to go to YALLBOT? I forgot if you have to do something for that or if that's just like what happens. Theoretically, when I end the stream, you guys should be teleported automatically over to YALLBOT. The 24/7 weather yapper. You know her, you love her. Some of you say you don't like YALLBOT, but you will. Give her a chance. All right, and I'll see you guys tomorrow after. If I survive the preschool weather lesson, I will see you tomorrow and we'll talk about some hurricanes. I don't know when the next live stream will be for severe weather. Hopefully it's not anytime soon. But thank you for tuning in. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.